So, who wants to recap what happened in the last session?
Well, I already have an inspiration.
If you want, I can just give a quick TLDR so that we can move on to all of the stuff we need to get through.
I mean, I would say the short version is that we finally came back to town after figuring out what to do with Zaliel, which for now is we decided to fake his death. We then moved on to various activities. The ones that I have of note for my character include experimenting with the lightning fragment to see if I can somehow incorporate that in my channel divinity, and meeting Mr. Nicholas Veer himself, who then said that while
Nathaniel.
the visions are a gift, Nathaniel, is it Nathaniel, not Nicholas?
Yeah.
Whoops.
Yep, it's Nathaniel. You can call him Nathan if that helps you remember.
Nate Dog, said that the visions, while a gift from being the son of Sarkava, are not explicitly from him, but basically kind of revealed what I, as a player, kind of suspected, which was that they are potential futures based on certain choices made. Basically, I told him about the...
I don't think he's talking to you.
Oh, I thought he was. I was like, he sounds kind of quiet. And told him about the potential rebellion from the House of Steele, which he was a little bit hesitant to entertain for reasons until I told him about the fragment. And then I saw the various futures, and he promised that he was going to set up something and I could get in on that involved actually getting in contact with the House of Steele, which I intend to follow up with. That would be my TLDR from my perspective.
Okay.
I know I missed something from other characters, but I'm not other characters.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much the most important things that happened that session. All right. So when we last left off, Nathaniel Veer basically just dropped you back off at the church. You are staying at the church, you're not staying at any tavern. Monica says that Monica does say that there is something she needs to do in town. She'll be back really quick. It is getting very dark soon.
Are you sure you don't need somebody to make sure you're safe?
No, it's fine. Coco will keep an eye out. Won't you, Coco? I'll keep her safe. Don't you worry.
Just let me know if you need help, Coco.
You got it. Okay. We're going to pan the camera. Since we only have Zaliel for a couple sessions, we're going to pan the camera all the way over to Zaliel. You split off from the party. You're currently in disguise right now. And I took a guess as to where you probably would have ended up. But it's up to you if you want to roll with what I thought, or if you want to just think of what you're gonna do around this time, while they were busy.
Just be like to the party before everyone splits. Just be like, thanks for the help. I'll see what I can do myself. And yeah, I'll go with whatever you were thinking of.
Okay. I mean, you're probably going to check in on your little spy network with Rain. That was what I imagined you were going to do.
That's what I was thinking too. I didn't want... All right, so yeah, we'll go check in with Rain and confirm that the slaves that were hung were indeed the slaves that I tried to free.
Well, I didn't receive any slaves, so I don't have any idea. Have you checked the
That's
bodies
probably
yourselves?
it then. Probably killed them then. If they didn't make it to you, then they didn't make it very far. Dang, what a waste of gold.
Okay. Did you look at the bodies, or did you just glance at them? Did you actually inspect them to make sure that they were the slaves you saved, or did you just take one look at them and then walk off because you can't bear the sight?
If I was able to inspect with the hoods and my fake self being hung, I probably would have tried to inspect. If I was meeting with Rain, I would just kind of ask her if I didn't get the chance to inspect, then I would have just asked Rain.
Okay.
If they arrived.
Alright. They're just kind of displayed around... They're just kind of displayed for anyone to walk up to. In a little bit of a morbid fashion, you can see some kids, like... throwing an apple at the thing, kind of like using it like a makeshift toy of sorts. Just kind of a little bit morbid. But you take a look at them and you at least make a perception roll for me.
Yeah.
You can't see the faces, so you can't verify the numbers specifically. That was where they had their brand. These are not your slaves.
Well, that's interesting. Poor fellows, but at least now you're free. And I kind of pat each one on the head, and everyone's like kind of probably staring at me like, what? I'm just... Never mind. And yeah, and with 50% of knowing they're not my slaves, and I guess I'd head to Rain, see if they made it there.
And she just tells you, no, I didn't see any slaves. You sure they even knew their way around town?
Oh, probably not, Rain, but thank you for at least going out of your way. Unfortunately, I had to be dead for a little bit, and so if anyone asks again, just keep going by Nova for now. And I'm gonna, maybe there's some kind of goblin rider type of thing. I don't know if you saw him around town by any chance.
What, you mean that crusader that's on that little mastiff? Yeah, I saw him skulking around the slum areas for a little bit. He then left with a little wagon in tow outside of Veer. What about him?
Ah, that wagon might have contained the slaves I had sent to you to kind of, with some payment, of course, to train them up a little bit as, underlings, like little servant type of people who would eventually get hired and not hopefully be slaves, but hired. But either way, they at least know their way around. Maybe the wagon took them away. Maybe they're actually dead in the gutter. Maybe they took the gold and ran. Who knows? But again, I'll keep working on it, Rain. And if you have a chance, there's a certain individual that I think you should maybe try and reach out to one time. He's a little bit stiff, but I think he has decent priorities, and he's a member of the church. So I mean, I know how that sounds, but he goes by Secret. I don't know if it's like his actual name or if it is a secret still. That's never been cleared up for me, actually. But I highly recommend
the bishop, the seer.
Yes. If I meet an untimely demise, or if I for some reason have to skip town because the whole me being dead thing, maybe you could. I don't know, help him in some way, or at least reach out in regards to helping the lesser inclined. I think that would. I think he'd love that, actually.
I mean, I can continue doing my job. You haven't exactly funded any spiring of any sort or whatever you wanted me to do.
Working on it. Okay. New to the town. I got a lot of gold, and then I lost a lot of gold, and then didn't get I kind of had to fake the whole death thing, so I didn't get paid recently. Don't worry. In the future, who knows what'll happen.
Uh-huh.
What's that?
Well. Okay. Yeah. Rain just kind of crosses her arms. Well, tell you what. If I do hear anything noteworthy, I might pass a message along a secret, so long as it's within the bounds of my current job. What you wanted me to do, generally speaking, was still roughly within the bounds of my job of what I was going to do anyway, like watching the urchins and such.
So yes, and so I do have a little bit I can give you for one small other thing. There's this, and you'll have to remind me because it's been so long. What's the name of the guy that was in the mines that Secret had the vision of?
Oh, you mean Droogle Red-Eye the
Droogle?
Hobgoblin?
Droogle, yes. There's this this new acquaintance of ours named Droogle, and he's you said Hobgoblin, right?
Yep, Hobgoblin. Yep.
Hobgoblin. He's also inclined to be a fisherman, and he might need some protection. And so, if by chance you ever hear about Droogle or you see him, and he, happens to have come about, I gave him a little word, and maybe that would be a good connection for you as well. But if you could just, ever protect him if he ever needs it, or if you hear he might be meeting with higher ups, like try and be there in that meeting. Here's just a little chunk of change for you to, make sure you keep that meeting. Basically, I'm just requesting that if she runs into Droogle or hears Droogle having meetings with people, she tries to get in on that meeting. Whether or not she actually is or able to, that's fine, but I'll give her 26 gold.
I'll keep an eye out. And I assume you're going to do the same thing you did last time and just use minor illusion. Say, this guy, this is his exact appearance.
Pretty much.
Okay.
And so now, hopefully, there's a third party watching out for Droogle and having his back. It's kind of the whole goal with that interaction.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want to do here?
With Rain? I'm trying to think. It's been a while. DM, if there's any reminders or recommendations you have, feel free to throw them my way.
Okay. I believe she will mention that. So if I recall correctly, I think you wanted her to keep keep you informed about the rebellion or any sort of talks.
Yes.
Yeah. So she will mention that. Well, it seems like a bunch of people are going to be gathering tomorrow night at one of the taverns down here in the slums. It seems like the word has gotten out, at least among the common folk. So that might be worth checking out.
Interesting. If word's gotten out of the common folk, and it seems to be so popular, I might just hang in the shadows and see what it's all about. That is some good information, Rain. Thank you. I hope anytime you have any leads like this, I'm sure Secret would love to hear all about the urchins of the street. I know that's just right up his alley. And
I'll keep it
with
in mind.
that, thank you so much for your service, Rain. I feel like it might be getting dark. DM, is it getting kind of afternoon darkish yet to go towards that area, or would that be
So it's not.
You said it was evening by the time we got back to town, right?
Yeah, effectively dusk. It was very close to evening, and a lot of time has passed, so it's definitely almost completely dark now after you finish speaking with Nathaniel Veer. But Zaliel would be doing this while you were meeting both Nathan and both talking with the administrator. So it's not evening for him quite yet.
Well,
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to fit it in, but one of the first things Rain would have said when she recognizes you is, I hope you enjoyed the little gift I left for you at the gates. If any competent guard were to screen visitors, then I'm pretty sure you would have been caught very quickly.
you are correct on that. You just, I knew there was something about you that the first time. I mean, that I could have sworn you saw right through my facade. You know, oh, poor me, nobleman, being, yeah, you are quite the sharp one. I'm very impressed with your inclination to grab something different and help those lesser. I wish I met someone like you when I was younger, and I wish my son would have been able to have a mentor like you.
And she kind of shrugs. No, I'm not nearly that bright. I told you, I worship Zennova. I like to keep up with the news of both Akeron and Erovia, so I just happened upon the little article about the guy you were masquerading as.
Oh, Raphael, he's kind of like that older brother that's always outshined you, but you hate, but you love, and unfortunately, both us orphans, I haven't had the best run of luck in life, apparently. I thought he was living the high life, and that's not true. All of the people we've ever known pretty much is dead, besides the both of us, and when I tried to make a life for myself, they died too. So, I mean, sorry, Rain, I'm getting carried away. When you fake your own death for the first time, it's exhilarating. You kind of reflect on your whole life. Again, thank you for the guards.
Can't quite say I can relate. Speaking of Rafayel...
Well, Rain, I hope you never have to.
Yes, I hope so too. Speaking of Rafayel, he's been flying frantically around town. I'm not sure if you've seen him. If I had to guess, he's probably looking for you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he thinks I'm dead. I think that would just devastate him. I don't know. Should I let him keep thinking that? I think that'd be too cruel, wouldn't that? I should probably let him know I'm not actually dead, and the only person he's ever known or still knows is alive. Besides, I bet our headmaster's still alive. That old freaking bastard always lives. Okay, anyways, sorry. Again, tangents going off. Okay, yep, so Raphael. Thank you, Rain. You are so helpful today.
The next in order of events is going to be determined on whether or not you can confirm this fact. Did you tell Raphael to go meet with Rain? I want to say that you did.
I mentioned her name. I mentioned with the Nov moniker. I'm sure he would have even noticed with everyone saying Nov. But I want to say yeah, but I don't honestly remember. Sorry, DM.
I'm pretty sure you did. You did specifically mention Nova to him, and I believe that was to Rain. So
yes, that was to Rain. Yes.
So as you are you making your way out the door to try to find Raphael?
Sure. Yeah.
As you approach the door, it swings open, and he's in the middle of saying, "I can't find him, but I'm pretty sure that body that's strung up can't be him." How good is your disguise? I believe I rolled.
I nat 20'd it, remember?
We nat 20'd for his dead body, but not for his
never mind, you're
disguise.
right.
I think it was at least 16, so... I don't remember what his perception is. I'm going to go with this. He takes one look at you. He takes one look at you after he says, "I can't find him. I don't think he's dead, though. That body can't be him." And then he takes one look at you and goes, "Well, if you're going to hide out here, you should have at least let me know."
Hello! Surprise! I'm alive. For now.
Yes, for now. Look, if you get into any legal trouble, let me know. I've at least spoken with the House of Crown, and they're willing to at least give you a fair trial and have one of their representatives represent you. As far as I can tell, I believe they can be trusted, at least to give you a fair trial.
Trial. Is there any way we could just skip that part of this? Okay, no,
I did say
I
if.
can see your look.
I did say
Yeah,
if. I know what you are likely intending to do. If you're going to disappear
You mean burn the
again-
world down? I mean, what? Yes, disappear, that's true.
If you're intending to disappear and burn the world down as you do it, leaving hot steaming messes for me to clean up, then yes, you can continue going about your business. I'm sure you can go out the same way you came in, or smuggle yourself on one of these ships bound for another city-state.
Maybe. I'm glad that you have met, and glad this whole thing is working out for all three of us so far, but the other people that I currently were helping, I think they're really good individuals. I want to say have great strengths. Each of them, they are flawed. And if there's anything that I could do before I might have to either leave or die, either or.
Look, if you don't have any plan to leave or any place to go, then you can come with me. After all, I did say that your case is under the jurisdiction of Zennova and the Church of Zennova. So, you can easily just travel with an entourage of Pegasus Knights all the way back to Akeron.
And that's completely detestable and fine too. I just want to make sure that those individuals, that these kind of almost, I don't know, friends I've met since coming to town, that they're okay, and if they ever need anything, that they can always rely on the great Pegasus Knights and I guess also great Knights of Via. As I kind of look over to Rain, like with this kind of look, like, oh, look at you.
What do you think I am? I'm doing quite a bit here out of goodwill, you see.
And yes, fine. I'll go ahead and just go ahead and show them both of the marks that are still there. And like, see, Rafayel, they didn't really tell us what this was back at school, but apparently this thing means something, and it's pretty cool. And I just thought I'd show y'all before I head out. And apparently it is really I feel this energy about me, like it's doing something to me, and I got something in my eyes too. Never knew it before now, but apparently there's all these gods going on in my body. It's kind of weird. I thought I'd show both of you before anything else happens.
Well,
and I'll just show them my 3 marks.
Rain, I don't remember if you have the marks for top. I know you've got the mark of Zennova and the mark of Visage, split in half, one on the mark of Zennova and one by itself.
Yeah, then the 2 marks, yeah.
Yeah.
For some reason, I was thinking there was another mark on top of the one of Zennova for some reason, but no. Okay, never mind.
Rain says, unfortunately for you, I'm not a voyeur? Unfortunately for you, I'm not a voyeur. I'd appreciate it if you kept your private business elsewhere. Whatever strange marks you have on your body, that's your business, not mine.
Afraid of a little tattoos. Okay. All right. Good to
No,
know.
not quite that. Where are your
No, I'm
tattoos
just messing
again?
with her. I'm just messing with her. It's on my back, in between the shoulder blades is where the Zennova would be, and then in my eyes are the deception. Look at my eyes, aren't these cool?
Yeah, but you still have to pull down your shirt a little bit.
Yeah,
nope,
it's she's like, nope, don't get undressed. That's how it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I just show them the marks. I make sure they have well connected. Tell them all about Secret, Pyre, Zorg, Stefan, and of course Ash, and just kind of say, hey, if there's any way y'all can help them out in a time of need, feel free. And whatever I can do to make sure they don't pay for my sins, I'll do.
Rafayel says, to be honest, I don't think I can guarantee that much. As an official Pegasus Knight, not only do my actions have political power, I'm also incredibly busy keeping the peace in certain places. So I can't guarantee that I'll always be there for them. I can certainly try, though,
Yes.
at your behest, though I will prioritize your safety over theirs.
Oh wow, ooh, that's coming on strong there, buddy. All right, okay, calm down. I mean, we were like enemies until like this moment. Like, come on. I mean, just kidding. Love you, Rafayel. So, you are you gonna be in the House of Steel tournament, Rafayel?
Yes, me and the Pegasus Knights will be going up against various other knights from the other city-states. The Knights of Keist, the Knights of Galeron, and... shoot, what was the last place? And the Knights of Rodinia. The city-states founded by the 4 legendary heroes. They'll all be facing off, well, at least the recruits, and some of the recruits and some of the veterans will all be facing off against each other in the Tournament of Steele. It'll be quite the spectacle.
But you won't be involved in like where my group would be, or they would be fighting. Not the same. It's not the same competition, not the same battle.
I suppose that depends if your friends are strong enough to, say, single-handedly kill a pack of hill giants all by themselves.
I actually I don't know about all of them, but that Stefan character, he seems mighty scary, to be honest. He's I think he might be able to do that by himself. So actually that's a good bet. How about, I know you can't show favoritism, Pegasus Knights, Anna, but it might be in their best interest if in, like, I don't know, maybe the final battle you went for them last.
There's only one battle. There's only one battle for every single group.
Oh, never mind. I tried.
It's not like an actual bracket tournament, but rather more exhibition matches. It's more for the spectacle.
Well, I'll try and make sure I tell them all this information. And well, Rafayel, thanks for stopping by. Do you need to take me away, or am I allowed to go hang out with my friends if they come back?
Keep yourself safe for the next week, and then at the end of that week, you can decide what you want to do with yourself. Whether you're going to join me back at Akeron, or whether you're going to strike it out on your own again.
Well, I mean, if you challenge me like that, of course I'm gonna strike out every single time I can, baby. But I might have to face some inner demons first. There is a woman waiting in Akeron that, she's probably grieving as hard as I am right now.
Very well. Then be prepared. Then if you are intending to return back to Akeron and finish and wrap up some loose ends, then be prepared to leave after the Tournament of Steele 1 week from now.
My affairs tied up by then.
Indeed.
Thank you for at least giving me a week and cleaning up that shit I left behind.
On another note, since you bear the mark of Zennova, it might be worthwhile to teach you how to use your mark. And at this point, he teaches you the thing that I've shown you.
Sweet. That's awesome.
We're gonna gloss over that. If you weren't going to be permanently leaving, then I would go into more detail. But I'm just gonna gloss over that.
No, thank you for what you gave me tonight, Jory. That was awesome.
Okay. You have anything else you want to discuss with Rafayel? If not, he's gonna say his goodbyes.
I can't think of anything else. Just give him a little kind of lighthearted kind of punch to the chest, and
He holds his fist out, expecting a fist bump. Do you fist bump, or do you just punch him in the chest?
I just punch him in the chest. All right, just like it's like the softest punch ever, but it's still like to the chest, all right to the heart,
Ding.
and just being like, I know we're the only ones left. I just wish we had more time to actually not try and kill each other and figure out where this went or could go. So, thank you for actually caring when no one else did.
When no one else did. You know, somehow I doubt that. Surely there are others besides what you have waiting for you and Akeron. I can't be the only friend that you made here in Vir.
Well, in Vir, yes, I've made you're right. In Vir, yes, but I'm talking about when we were kids. You were the only one, like, when I was trapped in that cave and locked in as a prank, you were the only one who thought, oh, he might suffocate and die. And so I didn't die, and I just want to say thank you for not letting me die as a kid, so I could actually have somewhat of a life.
How would I respond to that? He'd probably say, and I forget if he actually thanked you for that, so I'm just gonna have him thank you now. And thank you for taking down Lord Cunningham for me, doing something that I could never do. Now I'm sure our friends can rest in peace, all thanks to you.
Oh, and to you.
Yeah.
And we'll then I'll actually go for like the hand clasp on the arm type of thing, that actual like soldier brotherhood moment, and just boom.
Yep. Yep. You both. Yeah. Both of you do the. I can't quite imagine it. I can't quite imagine the soldier clasp in my head straight, but you both basically do that.
Hand to forearm, hand to forearm.
Okay. So both of you do that, and you say your goodbyes. Like, stay safe out there.
And you.
All right. Where are you going to be headed to next?
If I'm gonna be able to if like the group is now leaving their, the whole like getting the money type of thing and then reconvening together, I could reconvene with them. If not, and it's getting towards the dusk and nighttime, and I'm the only one who has this lead, I would then go ahead and try and pursue the lead of where the kind of disturbance in the taverns or at night and what's
That
going
is
on. Either
tomorrow.
one of those two. Never mind. So probably reconvening with the group unless DM, again, sorry, it's been a while. Thank you for humoring me. But if there's something you have in mind, let me know.
You bump into Monica on the road. Like, she... Zaliel! Can we talk? Can we talk? I have something I want to say. In private.
Oh, if it isn't my creepy girl. Oh my goodness. Yes, of course. Anything, my dear.
Yeah. She's... when you've met Monica, she's always looked like optimistic. She's always looked like she's unfazed by everything, and she's always fascinated by even some of horrifying things. You hardly see her. Hardly see her.
Blood.
Yeah, hardly see her scared, worried, or concerned. But this time, she looks like she has concern written all over her face.
Goodness, Monica, I've never seen such a complexion before. What? Are you okay, my darling?
I'll be fine, but the real question is, will you be okay?
Huh. Are you concerned for me?
And she says, she looks you straight in the eyes, and she says, I mean, aren't friends supposed to be concerned for each other?
Oh my goodness. You are absolutely correct and delightful. And I kind of grab her hands in my hands and kind of hunch down towards her. And I'll allow, my eyes and face kind of to resort to the natural form so she can really see, she's not alone. Just say, hey, of course I'm worried about myself, but I'm more worried about how my actions might have hurt others, and I'm trying to fix that real quick, and if people have to think I'm dead to do so, I mean, hey, first time for everything, am I right?
Where are you going to go after you leave? Will you still be Zaliel, or will you be someone else now?
Oh, I guess I'll always be Zaliel at this point. I have someone that I left behind because, well, we went through great tragedy. And the way Stefan looks out after you reminds me of a past self where I looked after someone else, and you started growing very attached to you, Monica, and I do not want to leave you behind. But if I do have to go, it will be to Akeron, and I trust Stefan will keep you safe in these newfound friends of ours. They'll accept you, no matter what.
With her beliefs, I think she would definitely say... with her beliefs, she would definitely say... I mean, well, of course, Stefan can do anything.
Well, yes, Stefan can do anything, but if there's one day that Stefan can't do anything, don't lose faith in him. It's what I did, and it's the core mistake that makes me who I am.
Stefan
so I just don't want you
able to do anything, and she kind of looks up, and you can just tell on her face that she can't quite imagine it.
Well, oh my gosh, and Zaliel actually starts getting a little black teardrop at this probably moment, with that look being kind of given. He's the look he lost, and so he would probably kind of just say, thank you for being you. And Monica, is there anything you're scared about besides me? Because even if I die, I mean, I will be free. It'll be okay. And I promise, no matter what, I'll be with you. I promise. It'll be in your heart. I'll live on through you and everyone who remembers what it means to
just be a good... That's not what's important to me.
What is important to you, Monica?
And she grips her notebook. She starts thinking about something. She says, you have the mark of visage on you, right? And you've never known that
Apparently.
You had that.
And that is true.
Have you ever thought about trying to use it?
To be honest, I kind of tried whenever I was captured by the demon hunter guy that I didn't know was a demon hunter I was thinking, like, hey, what if I could just access these demon powers? And apparently I'm not very good at the whole demon thing.
And she opens up her notebook. She flips through all the way to the back few pages, and just glancing at it, you can see that she seems to have a lot of notes on Visage and the Mark of Visage.
Oh.
And she says,
Oh my.
well, any study that my mother did, it was concluded that marks do not make people inherently evil, and the marks themselves are not inherently evil as well. I think if you just had the right guidance, you might be able to use your Mark of Visage properly. If you'll let me, I can try to show you how to use the Mark of Visage. And she flips through the pages and rests on a page that has the complete Mark of Visage, like in a big shape on one of the pages.
I'm pretty sure Zaliel's eyes would start to go black and glow at that point with seeing the true Mark of Visage, and he would look over to Monica and look back at the page, look over to Monica, back at the page. You are the most bright girl I have ever met. And if anyone ever tries to hurt you, kill them first, please.
And you tell her to kill people, and she looks a little, let's see. And she says, kill? No. Mother says that killing's wrong. I don't think I should kill anyone. And she avoids eye contact.
Sorry. Didn't mean like kill as in like murder. I meant like kick them in the balls. Like make sure they know the pain. Like I'm sorry. It's a euphemism, and then some people take me literally. I'm sorry. I kind of over exaggerate. That's my whole deal, Monica. I apologize. You are the most intelligent, creepy, wonderful, and pure soul I've ever met.
Rah! That's right. Kill them in the inside. Rah!
I'd rather you prefer say, kick him in the balls. But okay, yes, whatever you say, Scrocky Pan.
And Coco just starts grooming her feathers. Okay. Alright. So you're going to let Monica show you how to use your Mark of Visage, right?
Correct.
Okay. At that point, you actually get two things. Not only do you get the replicate skill that I showed you earlier, the second one is that now you can temporarily change your appearance.
Oh, nice.
So Monica starts trying to teach you how to use the Mark of Visage, and despite her being 18, she seems to be extremely skilled at teaching. It doesn't take you that long to start grasping how to use your Mark of Visage and how to actually apply it. She makes magic and using god marks and demonic symbols sound so simple.
It is like I am a child and you are a master. I'll give her my old mask we wore for the beginning of the festival, and I'm just gonna put it on her head like a kind of like a dad puts a ball cap on a kid.
Damn. Okay, is this while she's teaching you or after?
After, of course. After she got done teaching, it would be kind of like the thing to say, hey, wow, thank you, kind of like that. kind of gesture of like, hey, you gave me something, let me give you something back, even though what she gave me was so much greater than what I'm giving her.
And she thinks about it a little bit and says, well, there is one thing I don't know. I don't know how to use healing magic, so maybe you could show me how to use that sometime.
I mean, all you have to do is say the right phrase, and I'll kind of like sing a little phrase, and I'll cast Healing Word to kind of like show her how to like at least speak a healing phrase.
Okay. So you're gonna teach her how to use Healing Word. Alright. Okay. Healing Word. She starts writing down, like, as you go through the motions, as you teach her how to use Healing Word, she starts writing down in her notebook, taking notes on how to cast it.
No, notes is okay, but honey, for me, everything I do is through my voice. You gotta learn how to vocalize. And it's like I start like doing little chromatic scales while she's taking her notes, like probably completely ignoring me.
She can still hear it in the background. So after she's finished writing her notes, she starts trying to go up the scale as she starts trying to mimic your actions and go up the scales, and she actually mimics it perfectly.
Damn, girl. Took me years to get that note. You a prodigy.
That's what everyone tells me. Okay. Are you going to try to get her to... So, she's casted it, but do you want her to, like, cast it on someone in particular? Or something in particular, like, actually apply it, or save it for application some other time?
Say, if we practice it, we taught her, she hits that note that I kind of know she knows it, then I'll just say, hey, it's yours now. Like, you can use it when someone is hurt, It's up to her to use now.
This is so exciting. I'll have to surprise Stefan sometime.
Oh, yes. Stefan, I think that would actually be really smart. Yes, man, you got it, girl. Like I could learn a thing or two from you. That's for sure. You're a much better teacher than I am.
What direction to take this conversation? Well, if we see each other again, I can teach you more. Are you going to be going away for a while?
Quite yet, my dear. After the Tournament of Steele, I feel like I need to take care of a past issue that I've just left behind, and kind of regret it. So live with no regrets, Monica, and I need to undo one of mine.
I see. Well, if we end up in Akeron, then
just call on me.
Then I'll make sure to make Stefan find you.
And if you ever really need me, call me. I will fight to be there. I promise.
Yeah, and I'll fight to be there, I promise. Well, now I can't ask you to promise. Now I can't ask you to promise because I was going to say that. But you've already promised.
Yeah. Finally!
promised. You already promised. And she...
then I-
Time to
and
say thank you.
Yeah. and she says, I promise. And she says, I promise I'll be there for you too. And would she? Good time to say thank you. Would she? No. Is she?
I feel like
exposed?
Stefan's voice just rings in her head. It says that, and she's just like, no.
Like, it just echoes in the back of her head. Now would be a good time to say thank you. Or maybe it's through Coco's voice. Now would be a good time to say thank you. Oh, and thank you. And she bows slightly.
I'll bow back and be like, wait, cool. Thank you too. Yes, this is one of those things where life sometimes gets in the way. And I hope that you, Monica, hope you live the best life out of all of us.
Let me see. Hope you live the best life out of all of us. And she says... And she says... how would she actually take that? Out of curiosity, what are your intentions and thoughts right now? Do you see
For
her as a
Zaliel?
friend, or
I'm probably seeing her almost like a daughter figure in a way,
As
but
a
definitely
daughter.
a friend.
okay.
But definitely has that kind of like I'm definitely older than her in the way it is, and she's reminding me, and the way she's looking and thinking of Stefan like my own child would look and think of me. So definitely kind of like that. Probably father-daughter kind of feeling.
Father-daughter. Okay. She says, so to answer, so the response to I hope you live a long time, you will live the best life. And she says, I can't live the best life. At best, I think I'll live the second best life. The first best will be my mother. I think she's already living the best life there is to live. And you'll be right there with us, right? You promise?
I'll do anything I can, my dear. I promise I will do anything that I can.
And she holds her pinky out.
I'll
Pinky
put my
promise?
pinky out too.
Okay.
Oh, there is no greater promise.
Yes.
And we'll
Pinky
pinky
promise.
promise. And then Zaliel will lean in and do that little like kiss to the thumb of his own thumb. And now it's a swear.
And now, like, is there anything else you want to talk about? If not, then she'll tell you, now let's get back with the others.
Yes, dear. I'm surprised Stefan hasn't noticed you're missing. Let's go before he kills me. By the way, he could kill anything. Good goddamn.
Well,
I
no, I
saw the
don't-
video.
I told Stefan before I left. I think he trusts me to stay out of trouble.
Wonderful.
Well, you certainly found trouble.
Well, thank you, Coco. Jeez, he's definitely gonna kill me. He's definitely gonna kill me. He's definitely.
All right. The camera goes back to the party. If there's anything you guys want to discuss or do while you guys are by yourselves, then you can do it so now.
Stefan would be looking around for a shop where he might be able to make a trade with this item he has. He's looking to get something different.
Okay. And what are you exchanging and what are you looking for?
I have the Pearl of Power.
Yep.
And I'd like to get the Rod of the Pact Keeper.
Rod of the Pact Keeper, +1. Okay.
Oh, +3 if I can't
Plus
do it.
3
But I
if
don't
you
think
can,
that's a
but
good
that's-
trade. That's a very rare, I think.
Okay.
I'd be looking around to see if there's a shop where I might be able to work out a deal and get a trade.
Okay. I mean, you could always go to Runescar and see if he's got one. He might be interested if you think you want to try it.
Well, I can go by and see.
Go by and see? Okay.
Yeah.
So you go to the central square. Runescar's little carriage is still parked. There. You see Mr. Butler on the outside. After, you come in and pretty much state your extension, or your intention, I'm looking for a Rod of the Pact Keeper, hoping to exchange my Pearl of Power, stuff like that, etc. And plus, I've got money. Stuff like that.
Yeah. Or
Yeah.
I've got other things to offer.
Okay. Rod of the Pact Keeper. Rod of the Pact Keeper. I see. Just a moment, please. I shall inform the master. You wait outside for a couple minutes, and Mr. Butler opens the door again and says, Yes, please, come in. Mr. Runescar will see you now.
Walk in.
Okay. A Rod of the Pact Keeper. I see. You're looking for something like this. And he twirls the rod in his hand. I'm not sure how big you're envisioning this rod is. It'll be as big as you want it to be. If it's a big staff or if it's a small wand.
No, it's not a big staff. Basically, it's just something that's like about maybe a foot long.
Foot long. Okay, so pretty much a wand. Yeah. Okay.
Pretty much like a wand. It's not really like a weapon.
Okay, so he twirls the Rod of the Pact Keeper around in his hands. What do you imagine the Rod of the Pact Keeper would look like?
Well, pretty much like a wand, and
just a
something
wooden wand.
Yeah, something that would feel right to somebody who could use it.
Okay. He twirls the wand in his hand. And what was it that you said you'd offer for it?
Well, I do happen to have a Pearl of Power.
Pearl of Power.
Mm-hmm. Store up to a 5th level spell, or 5 levels of spells.
I see.
Care to do that, whichever way one cares to go with it. It's a nice item.
Would you? He thinks
I'm
about
looking to trade to get something that is more fitting to myself. Anyone who does magic can use this.
I see.
Or
What?
if you've got that rod, what would you ask for it?
You see, I tend to be more interested in services in exchange for goods or resources. What is it? What are your special skills, I might say?
Well, what are you interested in? Would you like property?
Property?
Yes.
No. Property would have no meaning for me.
It's always saleable. You don't have to keep it.
I see. So, you're what? A real estate broker? You have a job selling things?
Oh, I am the son of the Baron, and he has given me authority to sell off some property to increase the population of the holdings around our barony. And I'm authorized to sell
I see.
properties in town, estates towards the outside of town, not built yet, but, ready for building. Even some of the farmlands with, little farmhouses on them. I'm sure that wouldn't interest you. You'd want something in town, wouldn't you? If you
I
wanted
see.
property.
Selling holdings in Veer. I see. Perhaps I could find a use for you after all.
I have things to do of my own.
Let's see. How would he phrase this?
I do have, if I recall, I'll pull out a pouch and thumb through it. Yes, we do have a nice property in the main square that's not taken yet. Of course, it would be expensive in the main square, but we could make a deal for the right price. You could get that and resell it to somebody else who's interested in moving.
No. And Runescar says, no, I'm not the one who would be interested in the property. Though, I imagine someone else would be. Have
Well,
you
you
heard...
could keep it and try and sell it to somebody else. You are a merchant.
I am no mere merchant, my friend. I am Clint Runescar, the magical smith, though I do not offer my services out for gold or rent. I merely do as I please. I think I do have a purpose for you, not of your land, but of your skills. You wouldn't happen to be interested in, say, a business deal with another person, would you? Not through me specifically, but with someone else.
It depends on the kind of deal.
Let me see. How would he say it?
I am involved in something right now that is keeping my attention, but
How important
I'm
is your...
always open to following that with something else.
How important is your reputation to you?
Are you insinuating that I would be doing something highly illegal and could ruin my reputation?
Not necessarily. It's just that if the deal goes poorly, well, your name might be dragged through the mud. If you want, you can insight if you want to see if he's bullshitting you or not.
Okay, I will get that opened up without everything on it. Now, I don't have a great insight, but I'll take a shot at it. I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, he seems... Yeah, he gives you a smile. It says, he gives you a smile. He says, I mean, if you're not interested in it, then I can look elsewhere. There's
You
certainly...
haven't explained what it is yet. That you want
If you care... Well, if you care a lot about your reputation, then I suppose it's not the right job for you.
It's obviously not the right job for you either. Since you seem to care about your reputation, farming it out.
Let's just say that when you get to my age, there are some games that you'd like... There are some... that normal, mundane pleasures and entertainment, they just don't excite you anymore. That's why you need to look for more exotic things.
Well, it's beginning to sound like we're not going to be able to do business unless we just make a trade.
Okay. Good. Let me see if there's anything else he would say. I think I don't need to do that now, but sorry, this is going to require a little bit of thinking on my part, just to see what Runescar's next move would be. You would have something like that, wouldn't he? He definitely would. He definitely would. He definitely would. He thinks about it for a moment. He thinks about it for a moment, and he says, Did I already ask you how confident you are at your ability to sell things? Or were you just, like, pushing items to sell them the whole time?
I wasn't particularly pushing it. I was just offering it as a possibility. Okay. I don't try to push it because that's too obviously over the top with people.
Okay. Alright.
Making an offer that he can refuse if he wishes.
Tell you what. I'll drop the pretenses. If you're interested in seeing a little bit of excitement in the town, then I can offer you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, meeting up with the House of Berg, their little dumb scion, Winston Berg. He's been... let's just say that he's not the brightest. And I'm thinking, he's not the brightest. He's recently had his eyes recovered from getting blinded by some assailant. And ever since then, he's been quite paranoid about the world. Apparently, the first letter he received when he got when he got his eyes back was a letter threatening his life. So the poor guy seems to be quite desperate.
And you should take advantage of that.
In a sense, yes. Though I don't seek any monetary or... No, I don't seek any monetary or material gain from this. I just wish to see something happen. Would you happen to be interested in such an opportunity?
What do you wish to see happen? I am not a hired killer for hire.
No, nothing as boring as murder or anything like that. I'd say what I'm looking for is, well, I want to what I'm looking for is to see what someone paranoid in his position would do. Just give him a gentle push and see where he'll take himself, whether he self-destructs in a glorious rain of fire, or whether he will take himself into even greater things. I just want to see what will happen.
What kind of a push do you want on him? I can do some things, though.
I don't seek anything that would leave physical harm or physical scars. Though I don't care how you would manipulate him mentally. You could
Give
con
him a
him.
suggestion of something to do?
I suppose you could suggest him. You could, I don't know, swindle him. You could cause him to lose trust in other people, or cause his family to lose trust in him. Push him to the edge, somehow. Do you think you might be able to attack his trust, or attack him mentally?
I can suggest things to him that he might have difficulty not doing. It all depends upon his willpower to resist. Say he is weakened, but we don't know how much weakened. Anybody can resist things if they want to enough.
I see. Okay.
You've given me an idea of what I could do, and what would my reward be if I got him to do something I suggested.
If you can get him to self-destruct or to build himself up in a glorious way, then I suppose I could offer. He was twirling a wand in his hand, and he twirls it into the air. There's a poof of magic, and dropping in his hand is a wand that looks of higher quality. Rod of the Pact. I will offer you a Rod of the Pact Keeper +2.
That's insane.
It might be something I could make an attempt to do.
I'll only give you the item if there is a success. I really do want to see him react in an interesting way of some sort. And if I'm not interested...
Do you have an idea of what you would like him to do?
It's like, that's the problem. I suppose he would say, I prefer to see him self-destruct in some way. Like I said, that requires an attack on his trust, a betrayal of his trust in some way. If what you have in mind is a simple suggestion, then I don't believe that would be sufficient. You really need to make him either fearful for his life, or make him untrusting of everyone around him.
Yeah. What I would do would only be a short-term thing, but it might be sufficient if he were pressed. I could make him think that the guards in the city were out to get him, and his only chance was to attack one of them first and get their weapon. Something like that, are you thinking of?
Something like that could be interesting.
Since he's...
If you are intending to cast a spell, I will note that there may be a great danger to you.
Oh. That would be the only way to do this. I don't know of any other way.
So, do you fully intend to go through with this action, alone, or with help?
What would be the great danger of casting a spell, per se?
At the very least, you don't want people to know who you are. Accurately. I suppose I could loan something to give you a temporary disguise. Tell you what...
I can disguise myself very nicely.
There seems to be something... The noble houses seem to be organizing something. You can do this randomly while out on the street. If you can disguise yourself, then feel free to do so. If you want to cause chaos, well, it seems like the noble houses, the House of Veer, the House of Steele, the House of Cinders, and the House of Berg are all going to be meeting up and discussing some big plan. If you could get him to self-destruct there, that would be quite interesting.
Who would his counterpart in the House of Steele be?
So Winston Berg is just the son, so the House of Steele... The House of Steele would have a Brandon Steele. Brandon Steele would be the son of the matriarch Vanessa Steele.
So Winston...
And Brandon. Brandon Steele. Brandon Steele, Winston Berg.
Yeah. I could implant a suggestion in him that Brandon is planning on doing him harm. And his best bet is to beat him to the punch.
Well, if something happens to make headlines, then I shall give you the Rod of the Pact Keeper +2.
That sounds like it's a possibility there. And how do I run across this bird? Do you say they're going to be getting together?
Yes, it seems that they will be meeting for quite some time at the town hall / Adventurers Guild at the center of town.
And when would this be happening?
From the sounds of it, it'll be happening a few days from now.
Ah, a few days. Perhaps we should get the right time, because what I would do would have to be done the same day as the meeting.
The same day as the meeting. Very well. When the day arrives, before the day arrives, I shall get as precise a schedule as is within my power. And if you need a way of getting close, I do have some ideas depending on what best suits your skill sets.
I could disguise as a beggar and be outside the hall. And
Would you be interested in being able to get inside?
not particularly. Don't really want to be in there if this happens. He might resist. If he does, then nothing will happen. If he doesn't, then something will. But I would prefer outside because, it's better to not be there when something happens between people that they hadn't expected.
I'm willing to supply 1 or 2 temporary magic items for such a task if it requires you to get in close. If one suggestion is not enough and you need to get in close, get in contact, or talk face to face with the target, then I might be able to arrange something to happen.
Okay, let me check again. I don't believe I have to totally speak to them, but let me check this thing. Come on. It's in there. Come on through. There we go. Oh, I do have to speak to him. It doesn't, he doesn't have to see me, just a word in his ear.
I see. So perhaps a whisper from invisibility?
Perhaps. That might be a good idea.
Just bear in mind that the second the spell goes off, you will lose that invisibility. So you will want to
Correct.
be in a
Unless you have it on a ring.
I do have temporary rings. Bear in mind that these rings need to be regularly maintained, otherwise they will lose their magic qualities.
That's understandable.
A ring of invisibility.
Yeah, that way I don't have to keep concentration on two.
And he gets up, he gets to his closet, that basically has another pocket dimension inside of it. He rummages around a little bit, and he flicks a little ring to you. That is a ring of invisibility. It will be good for until the end of the day, until the end of that day in question.
That's good.
Now, I hope you don't disappoint me.
Yes, let's hope it's not. Let's hope his will is as weak as you say it is.
If it doesn't
We
work
shall
out,
see.
then I hope your disguise is sufficient. If not,
Well,
I have some ideas.
I think I can appear as a beggar. I have some old clothes available, and can work it out.
Would you like some finer clothes to pose as a security guard or steward or anything on the inside?
Well, if I'm going to be invisible, it really isn't going to matter much, is it?
And bear in mind, it's not like the Ring of Invisibility where you use a bonus action to become invisible again. It's just straight up, straight up pretty much like, break invisibility, it's done. This is how this ring works.
Okay, in other words, I will appear anyway.
Yeah, you're gonna appear after you cast the spell. But you can't, you reuse it to turn yourself back invisible.
Can't do that, right? So probably the best bet is to appear as a beggar and try to beg from him, or apparently try to beg from him. And he has to hear me. Perhaps a security guard would be better. That would be an excuse to be close to people.
Mr. Butler, on it, Runescar. And Mr. Butler goes into a different closet, and he pulls out a set of armor that's extremely close to what the security guards you saw over there would wear.
Very good, then I will get back with you on the 3 days, and we'll get a real schedule, and I'll try to blend in with the guards.
I look forward to it. And Runescar gives you a smile. You may leave now. It was a pleasure doing business with you.
Well, our business is not concluded yet. Hopefully it will be to your satisfaction and mine both. And I leave. And
All right. Oh, I'm gonna love this.
But is he looking like maybe he's going to do something nasty to me?
Make an insight check if you wanted to make that roll before you left.
Actually, there's something still in the room with him. Is he cackling over his deal?
Is he cackling over his deal? So are you basically like outside of the carriage and you're kind of like listening to what's happening inside? Is that the situation, or?
Actually, I've left, and my familiar is hanging around.
Okay. Your familiar is physically in there. Okay.
Physically in there and invisible.
Okay. This is pocket dimension, but I think he would probably reopen the windows and reconnect it back into reality. And he says, "Well, Mr. Butler, I think things are going to get a lot more interesting around here. I do hope he doesn't disappoint. I want to see a little bit of chaos. Hopefully not something too grandiose, but something chaotic nonetheless." Let's see. You leave a little bit. So, how long are you going to leave the familiar there? Because you might see other things if you leave him there for a long time.
I don't really want to leave him there for a long time. Probably just about 5 minutes, just to get a feel for, if this guy's plotting my demise, not the other guy's demise.
Okay. Let's see, a maximum of 5 minutes. Let me see.
Not more than that.
Not more than
If he
5
stops
minutes.
talking about it, the familiar are going to go out the window.
You do catch, he does say, well, I suppose you, let's see, Mr. Butler says, but do you think it's wise leaving this responsibility to that man? I know what you're thinking. I do have a couple items hinging on this. But if he's associated with Pyre, then I think, well, I hope that my grandson would have an eye for talent. Let's see if he does.
I forgot who Runescar was. Now I remember. Damn it.
You met him
I
with
met
Pyre.
him before with Pyre. Yes.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it. I just could not place it. I knew the name, but I couldn't place it.
If it makes you feel better, I didn't remember until you already left.
Oh, well. Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
I knew I remember that name from somewhere, and I couldn't remember what the hell it was.
It also explains why he could easily fucking just be like, yeah, do this weird ass thing for me, and I'll just give you a, you know, Rod of the Pact Keeper too. Yeah, that's not totally a Warlock's second most wanted item behind a Rod of the Pact Keeper 3 or anything, you know?
Right.
Like,
Exactly. Exactly what I'm thinking.
By
hey,
the
level
way,
4, you just, you want this Rod of the Pact Keeper here? You want to do like a minor suggestion on somebody to get it? Yeah, there's something up here. You're fucked. You're dead.
I mean,
They're gonna
it's,
turn you to Swiss
necessarily-
cheese.
it's definitely not going to fuck with your guys' plan of trying to get the lightning shard, because that's definitely not the exact place and time and location that all of this event is going to go down. Nope, nope. What would make you think that I would make those coincide? Cause a
Listen,
big scene.
Stefan will realize just how expendable he is really quick if he fucks this up. I say as I eat my banana chips.
I'm gonna love seeing how much chaos your motive could bring to the party. I'm gonna love this. Alright, alright. Anyone else?
Bones? I volunteer Bones?
Ah,
I should
I've
have
been
picked up on
shot.
it with Mr. Butler. Because I heard him before, too.
Alright.
Okay.
No one
Damn
has.
it.
So, I will admit, I have not been paying the most attention. I know there was a discussion with Runescar and that Stefan.
All the
left
GM
his
was asking is
familiar-
who's going next.
Okay. I
I'm
missed the
volunteering
question.
you.
I knew it was going to hit me. Threw me underneath the bus with zero hesitation. Secret. Ah,
Well, that's what friends do. They throw their friends under the bus and ditch them. That's how you know you got a real friend.
Alright, alright.
That is indeed true.
Thank you.
Well, so there's me, there's Zorg, and there's Secret, and I'm not sure if Ash's microphone is working enough.
Yeah, he's doing fine. He just muted himself.
Okay. Then I would suggest a dice roll DM. But if you are not happy with that, I will accept the responsibility.
I mean, this is pretty much just anything that you want to do before you turn in. So if no one has anything they want to do, like, just feel free to just speak up and we'll resolve them as they come.
Would this take place after the Nathaniel meeting?
Yes.
I'd probably. What time is it?
It's pretty much dark out now.
Cassidy stay at the church.
Yes, he would stay at the church.
Can I go find him really quick?
Alright. Cassidy does have... Cassidy, like, the clerics in this church do have specified rooms, so you just simply go to Cassidy's room here in the church. You come up to his door. I assume you just knock on it.
Yeah.
And he says, "Dude, just a moment, dude." After a minute, the door opens.
You better
You
have
see-
pants on when that door opens.
Yes, he has pants. He doesn't have a shirt on, but at least he's got that covered. Dude, fancy meeting you down here.
Yeah, you live here. Shocker that.
Yeah, dude, I thought you were gonna go off on your little road trip for a little bit. Were you going off somewhere?
Not quite yet. I just came back. Look, I know it's kind of late, but I know you're not one to say no. You want to go out for a drink? My treat.
Dude, you bet I am! And
I figured.
And he goes back in, he quickly throws on his shirt, puts on some sandals, and he follows you outside.
All right, I want to take him to the one bar I know where things can be talked about, which is the one where Plague Doctor is. I forgot the name of it.
The Golden Cat Brothel.
Thank you.
Whoa, dude, I didn't realize you were into this sort of stuff.
Not quite. I just wanted a place where we could talk way outside of the church's ears. Hey, you're getting a drink out of it. What do you care?
Yeah, but I thought, well, you guys know each other. Do you normally visit brothels?
I would say Secret probably has, not like religiously, you know what I mean? But he probably has been like to a few of them since he's been to this city.
Not
I mean, listen.
religiously. I love it.
No, yeah, thank you. I didn't even think about that before I opened my fucking
Yeah.
mouth.
Like father,
Like-
like son, huh?
I was gonna say, like, listen, like, if there's anything if there's nothing in the religion that promotes celibacy, I mean, look at his dad. So I mean, yeah, I wouldn't say, like, it's not like a scheduled habit, but he's probably been to a few of them since he's
Okay.
been to the city. He ain't afraid.
There is one thing in the Church of Sarkava, which is that Sarkava will never solicit sex with any of his clerics. That's the one thing.
Well,
that's
good thing I'm not
constantly
soliciting sex with other clerics, am I?
told. Yep.
What if
This
they're
is
wearing
not a
masks?
this is not a Bane Cassidy call. I'll tell you that much.
Could be part time. Someone multi-classed into Bard.
I mean, listen, don't put it past me. Well, yeah. So I'll request like one of the tables in like the "don't fucking bother us" corners. You know those.
As you walk,
I-
as you guys walked in, you request. As you guys walked in, you see the Plague Doctor there, and he asks you, "Do you need some privacy?"
Yes. Somewhere we can have a few drinks and talk without anybody poking their nose.
Very well. What do you say? This guy up front, what I call him secretary? He says, "Don't worry. He'll be at the usual place. No, have no one bother them for about how long? Hour? 2?
Let's call it 2 just to be safe. I'll pay for the extra. If it's a room that'll cost me.
No, don't worry about the cost. 2 hours. Not a single soul up there. Got it. And
You're the
Big
best.
Guy-
I'll make sure you get paid back some other way.
And the Plague Doctor nods in acknowledgement and lets you go off.
Oh, the only one allowed up there? Waiter, drinks. Yeah.
Some drinks.
Mm-hmm. What do you want, Cassidy? I'll let you pick
Yeah.
for the 2 of us. It's that special.
I mean, marijuana is
Don't-
legal here, so he's probably gonna want something that's laced with it. Or some other, like, drug. Some...
Okay, I will just take pure booze. Give him whatever. Just don't go crazy on whatever. Thank you.
Is this
Put it on my
natural?
tab.
Is this a matter that you wish to keep secret from the common folk? If so, then I can bring the drinks up myself as well, if secrecy is important.
It would be appreciated, yes.
Very well. Don't complain about the service, though. I tend not to be that too hospitable compared to the others.
I don't care. Not today.
Okay. All right. So you and Cass go upstairs. You get some booze. Cassidy gets. I need to look up the botanist guide. I need to look up the botanist guide that I prepared for Ash. What's the drug? Is it the tranquil leaf? Probably tranquil leaf.
I would
tranquil leaf
request to
juice.
him that he doesn't go too crazy. I would like him to remember what we're talking about.
All right, dude. Okay. So you guys get into the room. It's a room on the 3rd floor, and it looks like it's the only room up there. It's a very big, it's not the same room that you met the Plague Doctor in before. It's actually a very big room. It looks like it's a big, like, romantic suite of some sort.
Oh boy, perfect. Just what he and I needed.
And in the middle of your conversation, you hear a little knock on the door, and it's the Plague Doctor. He brings in your drinks. But now we can
Perfect.
get on to the conversation. So, dude, what do we need to talk about?
A lot of things. Things that I trust to tell you that you will not blab. Mm-hmm.
Oh, dude, like, my lips are sealed, except when I'm drunk. Then my lips are pretty open.
You're lucky that I have a good feeling about you and needing you for my plans. And that
Dude,
I think you're funny.
I'm nothing but luck, dude.
I know. So, let's talk about luck. Shall we?
Oh, yeah.
I told you about my visions, right? War,
Wait, has
the
he?
shards.
I
all
forget if you
that.
actually have.
I'm pretty sure. I know I told him about the visions. At the very least, I told him that I was having visions of something that would have divine consequences with the divine war and things like that. I remember explicitly telling him that potentially what I was doing on behalf of Sarkava was potentially preventing another war of the gods.
Oh, yeah, dude. It sounds pretty crazy.
Well, it's gotten even crazier. How long you been in this city? I think it's longer than I have, yeah?
Let's see. Based off of his age, he'd probably been here, I want to say maybe like 13 years, approximately.
Yeah, that's longer than me. I think I said my character's been here 2 years, like tops.
Yeah, dude. I've been here 13 years.
What do you know about the House of Steele?
What does he know about the House of Steele? Okay. I need to think through that information, then I need to translate that into Cass speak. Dude, like, they got these big, freaky metal things. Like, they look almost human, dude. Maybe you've seen them. They're in the, like, business houses, you know?
Oh yeah, I saw some today.
Like, the House of Steele... Hold on, I need to bring out the handout. Just make sure I've got all three of their responsibilities straight. Like... Okay... So you pretty much just want him to just spill the beans on as much as he knows about the House of Steele. Just
Yeah.
all the information, okay.
Even if it's not that much.
Like, dude, I hear they're in charge of, like, arming the mercenaries and stuff, dude. And like they're the ones who like talking with the other city states. Like they do all the big talking, you know, the big man talking, along with like the House of Veer. And they're in charge of like the mining operations, which isn't a surprise because I mean they worship Reyna, the goddess of Earth, you know, dude.
Yeah. I'm aware who she is, trust me. I've been around to many churches, many places. The reason I bring them up is the visions have been cloudy and all over the place, and of course, as you know, fate is never simply set in stone. But they are involved, or will be involved, in something big. I'm not sure as perpetrators or victims, but something involving them is going to turn this city upside down, and it's going to be very dangerous for those in power, and potentially those in not power, depending how you look at it. The reason I'm telling you this is because your part in our journey might start soon.
Whoa, dude, really?
Yeah. I hear you over there, Bones. I hear you. I think that was Bones. I sure hope it was Bones. So
I was not pushing a button, so it was not me.
Oh shit. Well, somebody breathed. I was hoping it was you in agitation. Anyway, sorry. I'll say so I found something. We found multiples of it, but remember I told you going way back in the beginning, those visions, Holy War, the Divine Wars, War of the Gods, etc., etc.
Oh yeah, that was pretty crazy, dude.
I'm gonna pull out the shard and show it to him. And I'll say, don't touch it. It's painful.
Why? It just looks like a rock, dude. Are rocks scary?
Can I focus on it to make it, like, crackle? Like with lightning? Like even a little bit?
You
Since I've been
try
experimenting with it?
You try, but it doesn't crackle.
It... Well, I'll be honest. For now, I've used up most of its energy experimenting with it tonight, but this is potentially, if I have my information right, a divine shard of lightning. Not just an artifact, but something where if you collect all the pieces, you become lightning.
Whoa, dude. You sure you haven't been drinking too much booze there?
Maybe, but House of Steele has one like this.
Whoa, really?
Yes. And there's more pieces out there.
So you mean I can get one too, dude?
The point is for people not to get them. That's why I'm collecting them.
But they sound pretty awesome, dude.
Maybe, but think about it this way. Let's say you collect them all and then someone steals the thing right under your nose. You want the wrong person getting that? You want the wrong person to become a god of lightning, becoming a threat to the gods that have already worked to establish themselves, some for the better of people, some for the worse of people, but the pantheon we still have. For the world that could potentially destroy itself if the wrong person becomes a god of such a destructive force.
I think I feel like I need to make an intelligence check on Cass. I feel like I need to make an intelligence check on him.
If I would see he's struggling, I'm just gonna let him process that for a second to see if he's still struggling. And then I'll say, do you want the wrong person to make the world go boom?
Like you see him like he starts thinking about it for a second. Do you want to make sure that the world doesn't go boom? Oh, dude, that doesn't sound very nice.
No, it doesn't.
So that means we should collect them all, so that no one else gets them, right, dude?
That's my plan. One piece out of town, the other pieces to Father in the church. That way, theoretically, they should never be together. Someone might get almost all the pieces and become very powerful, but never a god. Never above the pantheon.
But wait, dude, why not just give them all to Sirkava?
Because I'm not exactly sure if that's what Dad wants, and even if it is, he's not here to tell me otherwise. This is my game now.
Whoa,
Now.
dude. You sure you want to go behind your father like that? That's crazy, dude.
I am not going behind Dad's back. If Dad doesn't want me to do this, he can come tell me. But I feel like he would not have given these visions, found all of these other people, including a son of Zygon, if he did not want it that way. I'm just seeing to it in my own way. Father promotes freedom. Freedom to make choices. Choices that make up the sum of your fate. That's what I'm doing.
I mean, well, alright, dude, if that's what you're sure of. But, I mean, I think we should just give them all to Dad.
He can argue that with Zygon. Zygon's coming to town in about a week.
Whoa, dude, the big fiery guy?
Yeah, the big fiery guy.
Dude,
Hires
that's
Dad.
crazy.
Hire's dad is taking one of the shards. That's what he and I came to an agreement for, because Pyre and I both agree that the shard should never be united. I'm sure if Dad has a problem with that, he will be able to use his infinite wisdom of seeing all the threads of fate to see what's going to happen, to personally intervene, if it's that bad. He has not attempted to message me or come to me in any way. I am not going behind his back. As far as I know, he knows every little thing I'm doing, because even if he doesn't want to, he can see every little thing I'm doing. Now, if he's purposely turning a blind eye, that's not my fault.
Whoa. Alright, dude. I guess I can see where you're coming from.
He made the others that you've met, part of them already, personally went to them, signed contracts to do this job to gather the shards in the first place. So he already knows what's going on with that. He can talk to Zygon. Zygon is Pyre's dad, and I know the two don't like each other, but they fought on the same side on the war. They're not at each other's throats. They just think the other one is stupid. Zygon just cares about, at least from the stories, he just cares about innovation, finding the right answers, improving upon the right answers, and making those answers the best damn fucking answers they can be. Doesn't matter what.
You sure
Dad,
I mean, they might have been friends before, but do you think that this might start a new war, dude? Like, one guy's got one piece and the other guy's got the other pieces?
all the rest of? Maybe, but I don't... Even if it does, well, wouldn't it still start a war if one guy had all the pieces?
I mean, do you really think that Dad would start a war if he had all the pieces?
No, but I think if somebody found out, the others would. I mean, we know of a couple gods, as in the pantheon as they are kind of suspect. You know, those two twins.
I mean,
You don't think...
well, Cass would probably just say it in character. God of domination. I mean,
Yeah.
I could see Niall maybe trying to grab it if he thinks that it would benefit him. I kind of don't see Matilda doing it, though.
One of them will, and I'm sure they'd rope the other one into it. It's kind of how they work. They're twins. They go hand in
No,
hand, even
they're
if
not
on
twins.
accident.
Those ones aren't twins.
They're not twins? I thought they were
No.
twins.
No, they're just
Never
two
mind.
emperors. They're not twins.
Never mind. That's where I thought they were like the Emperor twins or some shit. Okay, never mind. And then I'll just say, I'm sure one of them will rope the other one into it. Even by accident.
I mean, both empires have been at odds for a while now, dude. They don't really
Right,
see
so
eye to eye.
exactly. So if one wants one for his own nefarious means, the other one would want it to keep it out of their rivals' hands. No? Like I said, accidentally roping each other into it. This way, if we can look at the others and say that no one person has all the shards, therefore no one person can accidentally make someone a god, they can't get that mad. And even if they do, well, I did my job. I don't think
Dude.
Dad has
Dude.
grand delusions of power. What?
I mean, I don't know the two emperor gods personally, but don't you think you're making some broad assumptions here, dude?
Well, sure. Yeah, I haven't met every single god. In fact, I haven't met any of them. But I know that the visions I saw weren't just gods attacking each other, it was people. It was devastating consequences. And I think those devastating consequences were people at each other's throats for either trying to get the shards, or even worse, somebody collected them all and put them together and started attacking other divinities as a newly found god. Both of those are really shitty.
Dude, this all sounds crazy.
Well, no
Are we
shit,
high?
because it is. Ugh, I wish. I wish I could wake up tomorrow and realize this was just a really bad bender. But some of the consequences have already happened.
Whoa, really, dude?
I had visions after we met of rebellion in the mines of Steele. Rebellion that had a rebel banner, and that banner burned away and showed the Mark of Solom. Now, why that's even more fucked up is because we had cleared out a group of mind flayers that were that bared the Mark of Solom already in the sewers of this town. Putting the dots together, now,
So-
as the visions are their potential futures, but come on. Most of the visions I see involve some kind of violence and rebellion in this city, happening either this spring, next spring, or one of the next few springs. I know that's not exactly a specific time frame, but with the way things are going recently, I'm pretty sure I think it'll be this season. I am trying to minimize damage.
Foreign rebellion, dude. How are we gonna minimize damage? That sounds pretty crazy, dude.
When I was experimenting with this shard, I met a person, a name you might know if you being in this city for so long. Nathaniel Veer, champion of Sirkava.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I've seen the big guy before around.
Yeah, well, he caught on, took me to his house, so I explained the situation. He has invited me in some capacity. I haven't gotten the full details yet. He's going to set up some meeting with the House of Steele. And I'm pretty sure he's going to invite me to be there. And my goal is to get their shard.
Dude, and like, how are you
Now-
gonna do that?
Hopefully diplomatically. I don't want to mess things up for Nathaniel fucking Veer in the city of Veer. Not yet.
Dude, like a trade?
Well, that I don't know. I know in one of my visions of this rebellion that someone cut Veer's head off, so he's not exactly not safe in this. I feel like I have to watch him in a way, even though he's more powerful than me, and I know that sounds ridiculous, but the reason I'm telling you this is I'm going to need your help. I'm not sure how yet, but things are happening in this city, and you are incredibly lucky.
Yeah, dude,
I
like
don't
you
know.
know it.
My goal is to use your luck in my favor. I just don't know how to harness it yet.
So what, you do you want me to, like, look over your shoulder, dude?
Not literally. I don't want you to fuck it up either.
What? What are you talking about, dude? I'd never fuck anything up.
I have a task that maybe you could help me look into that I was going to look into tomorrow while we have some downtime before the Zygon arrives and before this tournament starts. There was a crusader here the other day that I'm interested in. He was a little goblin on a mastiff, but he was definitely a crusader from the, the fun country. You know the
Oh,
one.
yeah, dude, Geist.
Yes. Chuck couldn't remember. But he was a goblin, I'm sure. Now, the reason I'm curious about that is because he was following around goblin slaves that had been freed. And I was curious why. Why would a crusader care about that? Seems a little bit out of his jurisdiction to care, considering it's not necessarily a mark of Sarkava. I want you to find out if he's still in town, if you can, or at least if you can point me to somebody who would know.
Okay.
Those slaves are all dead, at least as far as I can tell. They hung them all. Which is why I want to know why, if that goblin was involved in any way, because I'm curious, again, what does a Crusader of Keist have to do with any of this? This is a Veer issue. Can you do that for me? If you really need to, you can throw my name around and my rank.
Hold on. I forgot to upload the picture of this guy.
Rip.
Because he does... Hold on. I forgot to upload a picture of this guy, but I did remember I got... I think this one's his picture, right? Probably. Oh, shoot. This is gonna open up Chrome.
Chrome is great,
It is great.
except when it's not.
Indeed. It's great, at least until it starts lagging like heck on Roll20.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I'm using Chrome. Okay. 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 So, Cass thinks about it, so you said that you saw him at the slums, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw him following the goblins that direction after Zaliel did that little thing.
Oh, dude. Like, a goblin in the slums riding a little mastiff?
In
Do you
full
happen
getup.
to mean... You wouldn't happen to be, I don't know, like, Goblus the Goblin, right?
Please tell me that's not his actual name. Please tell me you just made that up, Cass. Please tell me you just
No,
made
dude.
that up.
No, dude. Like, if that was the Crusader that was over there in the slums, then his name's Goblus.
And what on earth is a Heist Crusader doing in the slums in full getup?
I know, dude. He... Hold on. Roll20 is taking a while to upload the picture for some reason. There is something I actually do want to roll. So, Cass says, I mean, I don't know what he was doing there, dude, but he asked for some help, like, getting a carriage or something, dude.
When?
Let's see. So you guys, all the events all happened today, I believe. So,
Yeah, I think so.
He probably would have said, since all that would have happened at morning, then I would probably say, I don't know, dude, like, maybe at, like, 1 or 2 in the afternoon.
And he's already gone.
I know, probably, dude.
Well, that's inconvenient. I'm not leaving town to go chase him. But I was curious what he was doing. I was worried he was going to interfere in my business. What do you know about him? You knew his name.
I mean, dude said something about being a former slave, but that's it, dude.
Former slave. Rounding up other slaves? Interesting. I wonder if he did it out of personal agenda, or if the church sent him on something. But the church here wouldn't send him on a mission like that. We have better things to do. Was he here on behalf of Keist? If so, that's a bigger problem.
I know, dude. Like, some of the clergy here do come from Keist, but they don't seem to mind that much about the slavery. Well, I mean, some of them mind, but not enough to do stuff like that.
Have you been to Keist?
Oh yeah, dude, plenty of times.
Dreadfully boring. I like the clergy here much better than the ones in Keist.
Yeah, dude. There's a lot more fun over here.
Yeah, everybody has a stick up their ass there. But I saw the Oracle speak a few times. But that's off topic.
Okay. Alright.
Oh well. I was hoping to learn more about it, but what's done is done. I will tell you to be... Again, I don't know how I'm going to utilize you in your lucky nature yet, but I will ask you in the next few days to be ready, potentially, if I need you. You said you were going to introduce me to that sister of yours. When is she arriving?
Oh, dude. Like, she's... Dude, she's already staying at the church. And we could drop by and say hi. Or maybe it's a little late. Maybe some other day, dude.
Let's do it tomorrow. Let's do it tomorrow.
Alright, dude. Sounds like a date.
Oh, God. Okay, maybe not with so much enthusiasm. It's a little... too much. Get drunk.
Bottom is up, dude.
Yeah, I'll drink a few with him. I think prepping him that a bunch of shit is going to happen in the city and getting Cass thinking about it was my goal for tonight.
Alright. Alright.
So I'll knock a few back with him.
Okay. And while that is happening, anyone else want to do stuff? Stefan, are you going to report into Elwyn about, like, the whole current situation or Monica's situation or anything like that. You do, being the person who watches over Monica, you do give intermittent reports, and all this
I
canonically happens in
definitely
2 days.
will touch base with Elwyn about this job and tell her Monica is safe and that I'm looking after her.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell her, you give me a hell of a job. Give me a beautiful young woman to protect as an uncle. Terrible.
Well, I thought a strong young man like yourself would be up to the task.
Oh, I'm
Or
up
you-
to the task of protecting her.
And I hope that it stays that way.
I'm trying to resist her. She's very charming.
I'll tell you what. If she suddenly decides that she's interested in romantic things, which, I mean, you know her, I frankly doubt that in the future, then you can shoot your shot.
Well, it's neither here nor there right now. That's not a issue for us. I will describe a little bit of the job that Runescar has asked me to do. Just to create a little chaos. And I was thinking of using a suggestion to the Brandon?
Brandon Steele, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, Brandon Steele, and it's Winston. What's the last name again?
Berg. Winston
Berg.
Berg. If you want to write them down somewhere, I can just type
That's
them in
okay.
chat.
I've just written it down on a piece of paper in front of me.
Okay.
Yes, just to get to see what young Winston's reactions will be with something. Trying to get him to do something crazy at a meeting, cause some chaos, and I don't know if a suggestion is powerful enough to get to him.
Well,
He's supposed to be very unstable, but even unstable people can come through with being able to survive a suggestion.
I see. Well, I assume you've also mentioned, like, the Tournament of Steele, right?
Yeah, I've told her about all the history and what we're trying to do right now,
Okay.
since we have not communicated in a while.
Well, I suppose I can have Monica teach you one of the god spells, though not a very strong one. There are a few spells that do come to mind. Let's see. Nile is the god of domination, not militarily, well, both militarily speaking and of mind control. Mind control tends to be his specialty. One of his stronger spells is a spell by the name of Compel Basic Attack, which is... I did check, and it is stronger than some of the mental suggestion spells. Oh, this one doesn't have the full one. Take one down. Just any...
Does that require me to talk to him?
No, it does not. Any one word. As they are capable. There's probably going to be more restrictions in place, but this is the basics of Compel Basic Attack, which is one of Nile's spells.
Okay. Then, let's see.
I should probably put the alternatively. Alternate. You can see that's probably a lot stronger than one of the spells that you can immediately think of in Spellbook.
Yes.
I mean,
My. It could be really interesting. Since it's on one creature in the spell, I could split it on the two targets. And one of them is bound to attack the other. That could be interesting.
just be mindful not to involve Monica in this whole ordeal. I prefer her to stay safe.
The only thing I was going to have her do is to load a D-door into the Pearl of Power I have. I thought that would be a thing to have if I needed to get away quickly.
Ah, I see. An extra dimension door. That is very smart.
Yes, just have it available. So I could force two creatures within 30 feet of each other
Indeed.
to
I mean, technically you can multiply that even further. You could get 4 people with your soul link.
oh god. But that would have to involve Monica, and they're not going to do that. I think the two Runescar suggested, Brandon and Winston, would be good enough.
Okay.
So it's called Compel Basic Attack.
Indeed. Compel Basic Attack. This is a first level spell, and normally it's given to closer followers of Nile and clerics of Nile. But, because this is the College of Magic, you have access to learning it. And there's also a lot of other spells that you can think about. And also keep your eyes out for the spells that you're going to be seeing during these downtime activities, because you're going to be seeing a number of them. But I do have a list of other spells. A lot of them are still in the progress of being created. But this is basically the handout so far. It's not complete yet, but this is going to include all of the gods.
Okay, is there anything you could throw at me to improve my DC on this? I've only got what the hell, I got about 15, I think.
A DC. I don't think we have anything. Let me think. If there was.
I know where I could get it, but he doesn't want to give it to me till after I do the job.
Mm-hmm. Increase your DC. I think that might be something that Polaris would have access to.
Just
Polaris,
to
the
do
goddess of
as
ice.
a one-time shot, really.
I'm shot.
You know, it doesn't need to have to be up there forever and ever.
Well. She will say, unfortunately, I don't believe I have a spell, a long-range magic strengthening spell that could assist you in what you intend to do.
Oh, you got another one popped up in front of me here. I was not on the screen. I was looking on Discord.
Okay.
You've
It
got
was
this
in Roll
other
20.
thing in front of me. Yeah,
It was in Roll 20, Elwyn's current spells, at least the first drafts of them. I still haven't thought of one for Aqua and Sanguine just yet. But I'm getting there.
Okay. Well, let me get this other one into my.
Yeah, you don't know all of these spells just yet. These are your options for which one you want to draft right now. But it sounds like you might want
obviously,
Compel.
this one would be a good one to use right now.
Yeah.
Oh, And I do have to cast it at a higher level. So I could actually add a third in there just for fun. Because I can't cast it at first level.
Yep, you do have to cast it because, yep, it is a first level spell. You need to cast it at second level, so you already have a second target, and you could Soul Link.
Oh my, that's what it would be with getting 4 of them. Oh heavens. This could be a lot of fun.
And a lot of chaos for the party, because you can fuck a lot of things up for them, but hey, that's part of the fun.
Yeah. And let's see.
Let's see how you guys roll with all the punches.
This is what kind of spell? Enchantment?
Yes, it is an enchantment spell.
That's what I was thinking.
I haven't thought of all the details yet. Casting time, 1 round, range 60 feet. Target is 1 creature.
And the save is charisma.
So I have these things that Nile has: compel movement, compel basic attack.
No, you don't. You don't have access to those right now. You definitely need to learn them from a cleric. You do have a passed down. You do have a inherited Mark of Nile, so theoretically you might be able to learn them, but it's not as easy as just, bam, I got them because I'm aware of them.
Yeah.
Each of the gods have their own specializations in magic.
Yeah.
Groundle and Viridia, you're probably not going to see any from the progenitor gods. And she also refuses to offer one from Visage, the god of faces and mimicry.
Okay, well, at this point, I'm just looking at this thing, and that's going to serve me well, I think.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, it could serve me real well, because I can pick out a couple of guards for a guard from each side to take care of it if the nobles miss. This could be very interesting.
Oh yes, I am looking forward to what could happen.
And it can be done from 60 feet away, which makes it even better. I
Yep.
can be down the street from this and do it. And sit back and watch.
A lot of people are paranoid that Nile has infiltrated their networks and if there's any death or assassination, that Nile is behind it. Compel basic attack is part of those reasons, along with other domination spells.
Yeah. Well, I kind of like this one. This one is going to do real good. Is there a duration on this thing?
This is instantaneous. It's basically the one attack and then done. So it
Okay.
doesn't last any longer than that. I guess you could say, quote-unquote, 6 seconds that entire round for that one thing they can perform within their ability, but that's it.
Right. Yeah, that sounds good. We can deal with this.
I should also... I guess I should probably also add in the little note. This is something that I've always envisioned in my head for the spell, so you should probably add this into the description as well. That when a Nile spell, when a domination spell is being used, your eyes are gonna glow. Was it the blue color? I need to look at the Eye of Nile again. It's gonna glow red or a bright red of some sort. So
That's a good reason to be 60 feet away.
Yep.
Okay. I will make a note of that. and put it in there. I'll compel basic attack, and I'm just going to make a note that that's a special. Okay, now to add that in.
For those of you with God marks, you can be a little patient, because I am eventually going to be getting around to fleshing out their spell lists as well. So the Godlings, you definitely will have access to them. Technically, Secret already has access to them through his Reversal of Fortune.
Yee!
For Zorg, you have a choice, but we'll get to that when you speak with Johnny.
Alright.
And Ash, we'll see. We'll see ultimately what routes you decide you want to go down. Okay. Is there anything else you need, Stefan?
At this point, it sounds like I've got just exactly what I need. Is this also something I'm getting, this Arcus thing?
No. Basically, I've just got all the names of the gods.
You're just putting stuff up there that you're thinking about. Okay.
Yeah. Basically, you're going to have a choice between which one of these spells you are going to choose. But since you've asked specifically, then Compel Basic Attack sounds like it's the fit for what you want right now.
Oh, yeah. It absolutely is. Absolutely. Okay.
Expect that, and expect Compel Basic Attack in the future when you fight anything Nile related.
Mm-hmm. Well, since it's a charisma save, that sounds good for me.
Yep, indeed it is. Indeed it is. I wonder if any of you have any special basic attacks you can make that I can exploit with Compel Basic Attack.
Oh, I can see it now. Human, fighter, farmer background. How do you defeat the big bad guy? I do the most basic of basics attacks.
I can't do high damage, but I know someone who can. The boss with the low charisma save.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Alright, alright. Do you mention that you taught Monica Magic Stone as well?
Yeah, I did.
You
I thought
what?
she might be able to use it for trying to protect herself a little bit. But she doesn't want to use that.
Okay. You add that and, like, her immediate reaction was, "You what?" And you can hear the disbelief in her voice. After you say she doesn't want to use it, she goes, "Oh, thank goodness. I should have told you earlier. Please don't teach her anything offensive at the moment. I will get around to that in her education when I think she's ready for it."
Okay.
I
I did not know. I wish you had said something. I wouldn't have got her upset. I will use
It's-
my stuff to protect her.
It's my fault. I should have mentioned it. But I'm glad she's taking my words to heart. My words to preserve life. I want to treat her like a normal girl, like any other girl her age.
I don't think she is anywhere near a normal girl.
No, she's very different, even amongst her peers. I want to trust that she'll do the right thing, but I still don't think she's ready yet. At the very least, in addition to not teaching her an offensive spell, never, under any circumstances, teach her a healing spell.
Why is that?
It's... And there's a very long pause. She says, would she want... How much would she want to say? There was an accident a very long time ago. And I'm worried that it might open old wounds.
I will warn the rest of the party not to teach her any healing. Subtly, I will tell them.
Okay.
This is something she's forgotten, I assume.
Yes. This is something she has forgotten, and I do not wish to remind her. So please, keep her safe.
Always.
Not just physically, but, well, mentally as well.
That may be harder. She's very inquisitive and wants to learn everything.
I know. But just do what you can, okay?
I will do what I can. It is nice to talk to you. If I have anything to report, I will try to get a hold of you quickly.
Very well. I hope to hear of your success at the Tournament of Steele. And good luck with your little errand. I hope this...
Sideline fun.
Yes, I hope that
I don't expect
it's
anything
fruitful.
serious to happen from it, but it should create a little bit of what Runescar wants to see, some chaos. Maybe more chaos than he's thinking of.
Well, perhaps as much chaos as he's expecting.
You never know. You never know.
And with that, both of you sign off. Both of you sign off.
Yep.
Okay. Alright, anyone else? Anyone else have anything they need to do right now? Okay, you've officially taken your long rest now. It's the start of the next day. It's the
I'm
start-
laughing because of what's happened already.
This is already kind of fucked up. Zaliel has already fucked everything up for you. You're about
Yeah.
to fuck everything up for me. I might fuck everything up for Bones.
Wait, don't teach her a healing word. What do you mean? What's wrong with that?
You don't know that.
You didn't know that.
And I don't know you've done it, so.
Indeed.
Peter, what do you mean? And while you're
Don't
gone, I
worry,
might have...
I'll teach her all about fire.
Oh shit!
No.
This
she's
this
not
is
ready
how
for
you
that
forge.
either.
This is how you forge a civilization into your liking. Just a bit of fire everywhere, and then it's all metal and glass.
As long as somebody else is doing it, it's okay. But
As long as you think you're building, then you're not destroying.
All right.
oh, the other thing. This one is coming from Elwyn to Monica to me. Is this correct? The one that we just got?
Yes. So Monica does enter the room. She closes her eyes, she concentrates. You see the tattoos on her body begin to glow up. The notebook in her hands opens and flips through the pages, and they basically have spells related to each of the gods. the name of the spell is called Infinite Knowledge. It is a spell that's closely related to Solemn, the god of magic, knowledge, and souls. And Infinite Knowledge, and you notice a number of different spells. Some of them catch your eye, and some of them catch your eye for their unusual effects or their interesting notes. For example, Reyna's magnetism is apparently 5 to 10 times more effective with the Mark of Reyna. Polaris has a Polaris seems to specialize in counter magic spells. One of the spells you notice is a spell that is a spell that's cast as a reaction that redirects the target or the location to being your square or you. And if it is a concentration spell, you don't need to worry about the spellcaster dropping concentration. Various spells like that. You see the notes that a lot of these god-specific spells can get amplified by marks of their respective their respective marks, essentially, to be even more powerful.
It helps that I've got all the holy symbols I'm wearing.
I think it needs to be more than just a holy symbol.
Yeah, I
it does need to
thought
be an
so.
actual mark. Yeah.
Since I've got them all, depending on where I'm at.
Yeah.
Okay, so prodigal learning, she's going to teach me one spell. Is that now when I level up?
Yeah, that's on top of that, because Elwyn's Boon is a different one. So yeah.
Yeah.
Every single level, you're basically going to learn a spell, I believe. Any spell from the wizard class, I think.
Yeah, maybe something nice and fun to use in case it's needed, like Misty Step.
Fireball!
Next level.
Next level. I get that anyway, next level.
Oh, Genie Warlocks get that? That's right, I forgot.
Not with the beauty of homebrew. You can have whatever you want.
No. This is strictly book.
I know, I'm pulling your leg.
I was so
When
mad
your-
back
your
when they did
genie
UA.
is a 3D, you can get Fireball.
Yeah, I was so mad when they did the fucking Wildfire Druid back in the UA and it had Fireball, and then when they published it, they got rid of Fireball, and I was just like, who was the
Why do that?
asshole?
Yeah.
I was like, you finally gave the Druid something worth using, and you took it away again. And you gave the one create bonfire. Woo-hoo.
Oh, what a
sorry.
swell spell.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, I might be a little ass blast about that because for the first time I actually wanted to play a druid, and then I no longer wanted to play a druid. Like, screw this. I'm going back to light cleric.
So is Misty Step okay?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, I'll just add that in there as a special Monica. I better say who they're for.
Yep. Although you don't have very many spells, you're going to have a ridiculous,
Number that I can
amount of them.
choose from, yes.
All right. Anything else?
For me, no.
Okay. All right. Do you guys want to do a group thing, or should I continue down on the personal stuff? Because we still have
Might as
more.
well finish everybody's personal.
You can do whatever you want, however everybody wants to.
I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to get through all of them. I've basically gotten through what I wanted to do with Stefan for now. But the next session, we might be delving into the first competition, or the first event. You hear in the morning advertisements for. Hold on, there it is. Considerations. You hear advertisements for a chicken hunt, a rooster hunt, or a cock hunt, as some would put it. They're going to... So, the House of Wild is going to be hosting an event outside the city walls in a big field that's going to be enclosed, essentially. They're going to... Actually, wait. Yeah, I think it would be much better to have this outside rather than in a public setting. They're gonna have two. One's gonna be outside, one's gonna be inside. Inside, they're gonna release a whole bunch of chickens. You bring it back to the House of Wild, you get 1 gold coin. They're probably going to release somewhere around... Well, the population this size, they're probably gonna release around 5,000 chickens, some throughout the course of the day. So if you wanted to participate, you can go chicken chasing for a little bit. But the real big event is going to be the one outdoors. They're going to be releasing a golden chicken, and if you can somehow manage to catch the golden chicken, bring it back to its cage something like 1,000 or 2,000 feet away, a very long distance away. Then you'll have your choice of one of multiple magic items, one of which includes a cloak of protection, a belt of giant strength, a bunch of various spells. But there is one note: they've run this event 10 years in a row. No one's ever managed to catch the golden rooster.
Does the
Well,
animal
that
have to
makes
be
you want
alive?
to do it, doesn't it?
You might be the exception. There are multiple, like, you can enter in as a team and work together with people to try to catch the golden rooster. There are currently 2 other teams that are currently entered in right now.
What'd you say, Bones? You said something?
Does the rooster or the various chickens have to be alive when they're returned?
Yes. The reward is forfeit if they're dead.
Forfeit, not punish, just forfeit.
Yes.
Are these chickens clumped together when they're released?
Yes. Though bear in
I
mind,
will suggest
try
very
not
gently to Runescar in passing. What would happen if I unleash wildfire right at the moment of release on the chickens?
I mean, if this is the group of normal chickens, that's going to be in town. There's going to be a gigantic crowd. You're probably going to set a lot of people on fire, be branded a terrorist, and locked away. But, I mean, by all means, you can try it.
I mean, a lot of people, DM, but yes, but you're thinking small. These are flying creatures. Not all of them are going to die immediately. I could set the entire city on fire.
Yep, you could. I'd like to see you try it. Go on, do it.
Yeah, anyway, I will just simply bring that up as a jest to tell Runescar to get him to chuckle. Or not. I don't know how he'll react.
He does get a chuckle out of it, but he also says, I know you're not dumb enough to commit an open act of terrorism, but it certainly would cause a lot of chaos.
Would be a shame if someone else did. Though, of course, if I was going to, I'm not dumb enough to tell you about it beforehand.
What? I'm not going to tell anyone.
Yeah, but the more you tell, the less controlled the experiment is.
Indeed. Take some of the fun out.
Would be such a shame.
It would be.
Goes back to working.
Alright. But that is the wild rooster hunt. The wild rooster hunt.
And what were
And
the
you get-
rewards for just catching regular chickens?
Just a single gold piece.
Hmm.
You could catch multiple of them, bring them back.
Yeah. You got to bring them back alive, though.
Yep. Unless you just want to keep it and just slaughter it, because some beggars do that.
Yeah, you know, you could
Free
just
food.
get a little Kentucky fried chicken with a fireball. Blackened
Piece.
chicken. No, it's Cajun blackened chicken.
If you're to get a gold feast at like the trading center marketplace, sorry, not a gold piece. If you're to get a chicken at the trading marketplace, how much would a chicken on average go for?
Chicken on average? I mean, a lot of foods would be relatively cheap. I'd say it'd probably be roughly the same gold piece. These aren't the fat chickens that we are used to today. These are like natural, non-selectively modified chickens.
Okay, yeah. Regular D&D has them at 1 copper, but I know gold is much more common in your world, and I was curious to see the rough
I'll
economic.
buy 1,001 one
Look.
copper chickens and turn them in.
Look, you think I know anything about economics? I just say what's on my mind, okay?
I judge civilizations based off the price of the chicken. It is like the most secure thing. That and flour.
Well, our civilization is going to hell in a handbasket. Chicken's prices doubled in the last couple of years, like everything else.
Which came first, the chicken or the egg?
The egg, dinosaurs.
I meant with price raises. Which came first? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, maybe you're right. That's actually more funny. But then if chickens are dinosaurs,
Just
Then we're
miniatures.
fucked.
Alright. But that's what you have to look forward to, so you can think about how you're applying some of your things. Secret, we'll just say that you have your stuff right now. Cass does work with you. You'll have your bigger event later. I'd say all of you probably have your stuff right now. And Ash and Zorg, you're about to get your stuff.
Okay.
Okay. If you guys don't want anything specific, then we'll move on to the personal stuff. So, Ash, in the morning, you have a hooded visitor at your door. The Plague Doctor requests your presence. He wants you outside the walls of Vir. Near the northern forest, come alone.
Northern Forest.
Yes,
And
the
why
nor-
alone?
He said it's for your ears. Oh, he said it's for your ears only.
I'll try to make sure I don't have cautious eyes.
Okay. Are you gonna be stealthing your way over there, or are you just gonna like walk over there and just take a winding route?
I think I'd like to stealth. I don't know how famous we've gotten throughout the city since we've gotten back, started doing missions, and since I was a champion,
I mean,
part of the group of champions of last one.
You're Ash, the champion from the previous Tournament of Steele, so people would recognize you unless you've got a hood on or something like that.
Yeah, I'd like to sneak. I don't want to call unnecessary attention towards me right now.
Okay,
We'll-
make a
we'll-
stealth
we'll
check.
do some Stealth check. Let me small.
Finding everything all right, buddy?
Yeah, it just took me a minute. I need to either get some glass just to see the small lettering or make the lettering bigger on
Nature. It's a little bit below that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Ah,
6 below that. It's basically the second one from the bottom.
Yeah, my bad.
You decide that the most stealthy route is probably to just blend in with the crowd. Everyone's chasing chickens around to get their gold piece. In fact, what about the rest of the party? Are any of you intending to join in just the normal festivities inside town?
Are you calling Pyre a chicken chaser?
Secret will not. He already has enough money. He will be doing other things like what he and Cass were talking about doing today.
Zorg will not partake in the chicken.
Zaliel
capture.
will join Ash if Ash wants some company. Zaliel is definitely there for Ash after Ash was the one who consoled him on the way to the mine. So yeah.
I'm going to ask Monica if she wants to try to catch chickens.
I need to double check her spell list because I think she would definitely want to attempt that.
That's what I expected.
It's
That's
like
what-
dimensional door. Boom!
dimensional door with a big bag. They run in it. Dimension door in a portable hole. I got 80 of them.
It's like a CEO like using post-it stamps and going like, oh, no, I've reorganized them by like taking them apart and putting them back together. I saved the company some cents in about 5 hours.
Yeah.
And you're like, Mr. CEO, how much do you get paid?
I just had
5
that feeling
hours.
she was going to want to catch chickens.
You'll have to give me a moment because for some reason I'm on Roll20 but I've been logged out somehow, so I'm gonna block the screen as I log myself back in.
I think the simplest answer is she has fly, Jorah.
She does have fly.
She is basically a hawk. A magical hawk.
We can have our familiars chasing the chickens for us.
Zaliel's just doing it all
So
by
mine
hand.
will
You know,
eat
he's
it.
just
Oh my gosh.
oh my god.
Okay, the imagery in my head's just hilarious then. Just imagining you guys doing that. Okay. She is probably going to cast fly. It's like, oh, you bet. And she's going to... gosh darn it. Hold on. I need to refresh my Roll20.
While you do that, I did want to talk about Pyre's time. It wasn't terribly interesting. He's more of just browbeating the Temple of Zerkava into finding employment or a alternate fate for the miners now that he's ended their contracts potentially with those two guys whose name I don't even remember at the moment.
Boris and Mason.
It's Waylon
Yes.
and Willie.
He's basically like a Temple of Zerkava. You're all about like helping those who change things. These guys were worth the effort. They, protected your so highly divine oracle.
What? I'm not an oracle.
Sweet
I'm gonna warn you. That's blasphemous talk, Bones. I'm not the oracle. There is an oracle already, and she's in Keist. Or,
Yeah.
not Keist. It is Keist. She's in
Let's
Keist.
rephrase this. I swear you said you were an oracle last time. You must have been lying. to me.
No, I'm a
A
seer. I'm a seer.
Is
I'm
the same
I'm
thing
basically
in
the
my
equivalent of a
Thank you
bishop.
for correcting me. I feel like
I-
Pyre would know the difference, so we'll go with seer for now.
And if
Just
you
wanted
get
to let
Marvel,
you know-
get Sears.
Horace and Mason protected their seer and were exemplary, went beyond what was needed, but also are trapped in a bad spot. So yeah, help them out. So he's browbeating, he's doing the politics, he's looking up solutions, he's working with them. Does he actually care about them, Jorah? No.
I
But
cannot chase chickens
he-
with us.
He gave them his word he would see to it that they were protected, and they were not protected. Some of them were dying multiple times.
They
And now he's
didn't die,
taken away
though.
their only source of income, so it's very much he's cleaning up his mess.
Okay. All right. So yeah, Monica casts a soul-linked fly if you want to join in. She can't really. You notice she says, "Well, do you say you want to join in the festivities, or that you're willing to help her?"
I'm willing to help her.
Okay. She casts Twin Fly on you, and you guys swoop around like hawks. You do you notice there's big crowds of people who are also chasing the chickens as well? Like, do you tell them to clear out of the way or anything, or do you just try to silently
We just
swoop
swoop in above them and over them to the chickens ahead of them, and just kind of snatch one here and there.
Okay. As you get close to snatching one, you feel a gust of wind just quickly shoot by, and it goes out of your hand. And you see... Did I upload all of their pictures yet? No, I didn't. Hold on, I have their pictures. These are definitely not going to be a whole bunch of random NPCs that will eventually maybe become important later on. And you're only going to just now...
Chickens cannot be important NPCs.
Oh, this eccentric character posing in a JoJo style amongst the crowd of Smos who do not stand out. They are completely not part of the story and have nothing to do with the plot.
Especially not much further on. You see a woman, she's got a horn in her mouth, and it looks like she had blown some sort of wind your direction to sweep the chicken away, and the chicken's flapping its wings. It's trying to fly out, but you can see the wind swirling into a tornado, and the chicken finally ends up underneath her arm. And she says, nice try. She says, nice try, but you're going to need to be faster than that. Your flying speed is far too slow. She puts her hand under her chin, her robe slides down, and you notice the mark of Gale on her. That is the mark of Gale.
So I reach in and I just turn my holy symbols around till I find the mark of Gale and throw the rest of it in the back, and I hang it in front and say, aha!
I imagine you've gotten so many that it does take you a moment to fumble around with them. Like, they're in your backpack, right? You basically just pull out your backpack.
I've got them on a chain. I carry some of them in the back, and the one in the front is the one that I'm currently wearing. So I just keep flipping around till I find the mark of Gale and hang it in the front.
Like, she notices that you are fumbling with holy symbols until you get the mark of Gale, and she just gives you a slight smile.
And I smile back and wave.
Good luck catching other chickens. I hope, though, if you really want power from the gods, I'd imagine it would be more fruitful to be faithful to one.
I am. I just wear these for fun.
I see. Well, good luck with your chicken hunting. And she starts emanating a gust of wind underneath her, and she shoots off. Not nearly as fast as Sacred, but she shoots off at almost double your speed.
Well, could have helped that a little bit. So, this is the only event of the day, right?
and the big golden chicken hunt if you want to see it and test out your abilities. Do you guys want to join the golden chicken hunt?
Well, we might as well try and catch the golden chick.
Okay.
Let's
Okay.
do it.
You know, you
All right.
never know. It
We'll
could
get-
be a.
Go on.
It could be an accident that we catch the golden chick.
And you might see some other abilities for what to expect in the future. Who knows? Who knows?
You never know. The chicken's bound to have something going for it if it hasn't been caught in 15 years.
Mm-hmm. Indeed, indeed. It's almost like this is probably something you're going to be expecting from now on from homebrew enemies, especially from both the other opposing teams and the chicken itself.
Ah, yes, level 4. The golden chicken. Very dev.
You know what's funny is around here we have golden chick places that sell chicken.
I will
That's
say,
why I keep laughing.
Pyre would rather die than ever chase a chicken, regardless of the reason. Like, if you want to kill Pyre, put him in a life and death situation where it's an easily obtainable chicken chase. He will die every time.
And you realize that it wasn't Stefan's idea to chase chickens.
No, it's
You
alright.
know
I'm
that
not
for
saying
sure.
it's wrong. I'm just saying, like, imposter feels like I, the player, feel like I'm dodging a plot hook.
I
But I
know.
also feel like it's a really fun plot hook.
And there's Zaliel just, come here, Chicky, come here, Chicky. Chasing it like
Yep.
without magic or anything.
Monica sees you, well, make a sleight of hand check at disadvantage, because you're going to be with the crowd of people.
Sure. With a crowd of people, we're trying to snatch a chicken or two here. Oh, 7. 21 look good though.
Zalal, are you snatching chickens as well?
I'll go ahead. I'll do it
I'm
disadvantage.
sure that
Yeah.
Monica's
here to help.
trying to snatch chickens.
Yeah.
Alright, disadvantage. Sleight of hand. Any way you allow me to bardically inspire myself?
I mean, that's allowed. How do you inspire yourself?
I'm just like, I can do this. I'm helpful. And just like sing, like almost like screaming, but like
Or just
singing
go ahead and
myself.
try and catch the damn
No
thing.
one ever was.
All right, so Ash, yes,
It's my real test.
train them is my cause. Ash had the right idea. I should have done what Ash said. And then 1d6. So a 12.
12.
I'd probably get your chicken.
That might get
Probably
you
not the
chicken.
golden.
That event is outside of Veer later on. It's actually, if you wanted to get a bunch of fame or a lot of attention, then you can just compete in that. Because it is a big spectacle. You do see, every year, you do see very interesting people trying their luck to get the golden chicken. They're typically, like, they're not run-of-the-mill people. They're definitely people that Pyre might be interested in looking at.
Is there a way that... Sorry if this is like metagaming too much, but like, would there be a way if like Zaliel noticed these people for him to go back to like certain individuals that refrain from the competition, be like, yo, you might not want the competition, but you might like the people.
Quite literally, I am fine with you like trying to get help with the competition beforehand. I think that makes sense. However, I think the biggest draw besides just the socializing is the people watching. And I don't mean the chicken chasers. I mean watching the people who are watching the chicken chasers.
Makes sense.
People who are watching the chicken chasers. So,
Have you ever seen people watch tennis? It is amazing.
Boom.
Exactly what you're talking about.
I don't play sports, so I
Watching
don't,
the heads
unfortunately.
going back and forth.
No.
they're very like silent, but they're just like.
I'm
Dead
busy
silent, but
with
in perfect
people
unison, moving their heads
racing
back and
down the
forth.
hill.
Okay, hold on. I might as well just get another character. The wind one was the obvious one in this situation, but we do have a couple others. So, I think it would be this one. Yes, it would definitely be this one. I just need to remember which one's the right picture because I've got multiples. I think it's this one. It's this one. It's definitely this one. So, you're chasing after a chicken along with the giant crowd. You're pumping yourself up. You're psyching yourself up. And you notice, well, you notice some of the crowd is beginning to peel away. You're chasing after this chicken, and you finally catch it. You finally catch it, and you crash right into this guy's chest. This is a heavily armored minotaur, and he just looks down at you.
Holy shit. I suggest you just walk away and let me have this chicken, please. Can I cast suggestion on this minotaur? I'm just like, please don't kill me.
If you want to cast suggestion, you could go ahead and make the roll.
Alright, I suggest you just walk away, let me have this chicken. For them, it's actually a saving throw, wisdom save. DC's only 15, but we'll see.
How long does it last? 8 hours.
Until they like complete the action. You know, it's also concentration, so if I get hit.
Okay. Like, he looks down at you. You can see the symbol that he has on his chest, and it's actually the Bull of Mimosa. I forget if I downloaded that. I might have not downloaded that. Blech. The Bull of Mimosa, but I can at least copy the link, I think. Maybe. Let me see if I can post it.
No, those reinforced horns worked into the helmet. The decorative loincloth that doesn't need to be there, but is. Pointy shoes.
The Bull of Mimosa. Look, I had to do a lot of rolls to get something that's fully armored.
Oh, I am
and
very
acceptable.
happy with
Yeah.
this one.
Yeah, no, this is intense. Like, I just imagine so I'll be like, the fuck.
And he starts, like, without a word, he starts walking away. And let's see, and he says, You didn't need to command me to walk away, you know. I wasn't intending to kill you.
You're just very scary looking. Sorry, I didn't mean to be an ist. I mean, I didn't mean to be racist. I'd never, like, you're very imposing. Thank you. Now I start walking away with the chicken.
I get that quite a lot. Also not featured, because it was really hard it was pretty much impossible to get the small details I wanted, is that he actually has, in addition to his gigantic hunk of metal weapon that doesn't resemble any particular weapon at all, he's also got, like, various metal weapons just attached to his armor. Like, not strapped on or in a holster or anything, just like
They
they're
seem
just
to stay
sitting
there
there.
like they're magnetized.
Yep. And as you begin to turn around, you just hear a You turn around, and the big guy is about 50 feet in the air, hopping to another block.
Holy crap! I thought we were just catching chickens! I'll try and find, like, the nearest party, like Stefan or anyone who's nearby Ash, and I'll be like, just like, save me! These people are just so intense about these chickens!
Oh yes, you're going to be seeing what the militaries of other city-states are going to be like. Oh yes, including Mermosa, which is now in ruins. You hear that, Ash? This is where you came from. Things that spawned this scary guy.
The thing in the chat?
No. The big, fully armored iron minotaur that's got weapons magnetized to his suit.
Sheesh.
Ooh, magnetized.
That looks fun.
I'm just sitting around just thinking, like, I wonder what else came from there. I don't fully remember all the other creatures at the moment.
Mermosa...
Please remember quickly, Ash, because this chicken is gonna die if you don't.
Mermosa had a night culture. They worshipped Reyna, the goddess of Earth. One of the sub abilities of Reyna is basically magnetism, and that was heavily used in their basically fully armored centaurs and minotaur shock troopers. Essentially, it's pretty common for these armored minotaurs to actually be the ammunition in siege weapons, to just be propelled at high speeds into the enemy. Some of their best shock warriors liberally use magnetism to propel themselves around. So yeah, that's the basics. That's the current basic idea of Mermosa, the fourth night city-state that doesn't exist anymore.
I feel like a Warforged from there would be epic as fuck. Probably a little too OP.
They might have had constructs. Who knows? Who knows? Alright.
And they also had lizard folk?
Indeed they did. Indeed they did. Lizard folk technically didn't have a city-state of their own yet. Though a lot of them do live in Rosenthia as well, along with Yuan Ti.
I don't know you're a shitty person. Are you a Yuan Ti? Then yes, you are a shitty person.
Also, I think that's a little bit racist, bro.
Listen.
Don't be an if, Secret! Don't be an if!
Listen. It might be, but sometimes in D&D, stereotypes are true.
I definitely understand that. I have a Yanti in my game, and she likes to do some pretty dark shit.
Exactly. I mean, look at Ash, dude. The dude literally eats people. He's not exactly being a beacon of his kind at the moment on the grand stage.
What was Secret? I thought you got rid of that. I thought we got the whole breed of squirrels to get rid of. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh my, if only it worked that way. Does Ash eat any chickens? That's the real question.
That is a good question.
He's eating the chicken out of Zaliel's hands, like, no!
Is this your morning breakfast?
This is my gold piece!
I was thinking of letting my animal instincts just catch all the chickens, but I didn't know how many I'd be able to get. They just all. What chickens are you talking about?
Could definitely eat the one in Zaliel's arms. He's just holding onto it for safety. He's not paying attention to you, Ash. So if you want to, go ahead, man.
I'm gonna hold my appetite. I don't know what surprises Papa Doc gonna have for me later.
you look at the chicken.
Right,
You
he's
start.
got plenty of fingers and toes left to eat.
I forgot about that.
It's a little more discreet to try to eat the whole creature.
Yeah. You feel that hunger in the back of your mind, Ash, and you just sneak a finger to snack on.
Oh yeah, they can start hearing the crunch of a bone or something, or like it looks like jerky now because it's probably a little dry.
Yeah.
When did you get that? Jesus! Oh God! I hide the chicken now. Now I'm hiding the chicken from Ash.
These
Yeah,
are more tasty.
Right. Lots of luck hiding a chicken that's flapping its wings. and trying to
Yeah,
get
it's
away.
behind my back. I'm like wiggling my back around. It like looks ridiculous.
Yeah.
Honestly, the lizards are enjoying on chasing the chickens because too much PTSD just reminds him of Zelda.
All right. But anyway, we'll move on from the chickens. Zaliel, you
It
get
should
your
have been
gold piece.
herding cats for a game.
You catch your
Still,
chicken.
all for a gold.
Yeah. For gold, Stefan, you also catch another chicken after your last one was stolen by a wind mage.
Yeah. And let's see. Oh, my familiar catches one.
Oh my god!
And the raven appears.
A nat
she
20,
eats the damn
dang!
chicken.
Nat 20, look at that.
Did you say eat the chicken?
Oh, hell yes. He ain't gonna turn it, he's gonna eat it.
You see,
Eyeballs
Eat the
first.
golden one.
you see a chicken that's just standing on a post. It's like looking around. There doesn't seem to be anyone near it. It looks around. It feels safe. It starts getting down to perch, and then all of a sudden, you just see appearing out of nowhere Stefan's raven just
Rips it apart and starts
Yeah.
eating it.
yeah, rips it apart. Stefan, what's that noise?
Oh,
Oh, that was the raven. He was hungry.
I didn't. Wait, do familiars get hungry? Wow.
Mine does.
Go, do you have to eat? I hardly see you eating anything besides your favorite crackers. No. All right.
Mine's just a little bit different.
And
A
Monica,
whole lot different.
and Monica stops her chasing chickens, and she goes over. She goes over and starts effectively researching your familiar now.
Yeah.
All right. But now we're gonna zoom the camera back over to Ash. Your morning festivities are out of the way. And are you going to go meet the Plague Doctor alone?
Yeah, for his request, I'm gonna definitely go alone. I trust him.
Okay.
I was wondering if I really had to go alone.
I mean, you could just choose to stay if you want. It's up to you. It's your choice, whether you go or not.
I'm gonna go meet up with the Plague Doctor. It's important. We probably speak.
Okay. You see the plague. It doesn't take you long. Like the Plague Doctor is actually outside of the woods. He seems to be harvesting some mushrooms and looking for various herbs when you arrive. Well, it took you long enough. Were you enjoying the cock hunt?
I was wondering if they were gonna fry some up.
I don't think the House of Wild would be too crazy about that, but hey. As long as they get some of their chickens back, I don't think they really care about losing a few gold pieces.
So are you gathering stuff to make some soup?
No, my friend. This mushroom's poisonous. I have to ask you, Ash, what brings you here? Why are you here in Vir, after what happened in Mimosa?
I hear voices every now and then. Sometimes they seem to guide me. Every now and then, the hunger is the one that guides me.
I see. So you're not here of your own volition, you're not here for any purpose, you're here because someone else forced you to be. Is that right?
It feels that way, but maybe there's a greater purpose that I still don't understand.
The Plague Doctor scoffs a little bit. I think you're being too influenced by Sirkava. Leaving everything up to fate, leaving everything up to chance. Saying that there's an answer for everything somewhere out there. I believe that you need to work towards your solution yourself. What do you think of the gods? Of some of their philosophies? Do you still hold a grudge against all of them over what happened to Mimosa?
So all I remember is that Mimosa was flooded.
You were around 10 or 12 years old, I think, when it happened. So, yeah, Mimosa was flooded. Many, many people died. You were one of the few that managed to get onto a makeshift life raft and basically get out of the flood.
Do I remember what the reason of the war was? Was it just the gods trying to flex their dick?
That would depend. So, would you actually try to, actively research, why was this war started? Or is this only passing knowledge?
I feel like if there was, I would try and look for research of it, but if very few people survived it, I feel like this would be a very mouth to mouth type of type of thing instead of something that you could look for in books.
Would you try asking Jorgen, the demon inside you?
Ooh. Yes.
Okay. We're going. Why don't we have this conversation right now? You ask inside of you. It makes you think of a question that you wanted to ask, and then you just realize. How old is Jorgen? Would Jorgen know? You personally, this seems to just be. This big civil war seems to be some sort of dispute, divine dispute that seems to go above your mortal minds. So you decide to ask Jorgen. Jorgen's always been either deceitful or very misdirectional. So you ask Jorgen, what do you ask? How do you phrase it?
I close my eyes.
Alright. Good night, Zaliel.
Look into
Good night. Thank you. Sorry, guys. Thank you
night,
so much
Zaliel.
for entertaining me.
Good night.
Y'all have a great night, guys.
Have a good one. Stay safe.
Night.
I close my eyes, just look internally, and I'm like, huh, there's a lot more demons in here than I remember. Nah. I'm like, Yorg. How long have you been around? Since the beginning of time?
How long I've been around? Well, much, much older than you. Much, much older than some of the people around here. But you don't need to know specific dates.
Do you remember the reason the war was started? Why Mimosa was flooded?
Why, are you getting all sentimental again?
I saw an intimidating creature. And it had symbols and armor. That slightly reminded me of home. You could say I'm homesick.
And now you want to get down to the nitty-gritty details. Why did my home get destroyed? Why do I have a demon inside of me? Why am I over here? Do the gods love me? Do the gods hate me?
I've tried drinking and procrastinating, I guess. It's been long enough. Might as well rip this wound open. Let's deal with my trauma.
Okay. Make a persuasion roll at disadvantage. And I also need to make a separate roll for Jorgen as well.
Disadvantage.
Does it even matter anymore? It's been quite a while. Knowing reasons isn't going to bring back the dead, nor is it going to put them to rest.
Might not put them to rest, but I need to remember what I'm supposed to be fighting for. Besides feeding the hunger.
Well, I think feeding the hunger's just fine. From my perspective, you don't need to change anything. You're fine just the way you are.
A single tear sheds from the lizard folk's face as his eyes continue to stay closed. Are you angry that Mimosa was destroyed?
Why should I be? It's not my homeland. If anything, I would be angry that Rosenthia was ravaged.
And as I hear her name again, I try and pray to my, she's exiled, right?
Yes. She's basically been banished, yes. Well, not exiled. Exiled is a different term. She's
Yeah.
banished. She's fallen.
Well, as I'm speaking to this demon and he brings up her name, is there any way I could communicate with her, even if she has been banished? I've heard
Why?
she has an answer.
Are you hoping to make a pact? Oh, an answer. And what could you possibly offer her that I don't already have?
Well, I'm a slut for gods, so.
Well, unfortunately, we are soulmates, together forever, till death do you part.
As he says that, I'll kind of grasp. I forgot where I put my mark of Sarkava.
Your heart. It's over your heart.
I'll grasp my heart.
Copycat.
He did it first. You're the copycat, especially since you're a cat. Where?
I'll grab my heart and. Well, with that and him being as dodgy as he's being, I guess, since he's not wanting to give me a history lesson, well, then I guess I'm gonna see if I can. Persuasion with disadvantage. I don't know what else I can say to this guy to try and give him some info. He's not want to answer.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess I'm gonna open my eyes and hang up the call.
Okay. Yep. You activate your Mark of Sarkava. Light fills in your vision as Jorgen recedes back into the depths of your mind. You open your eyes again. I forget exactly where you left off in your conversation with the Plague Doctor. I think he asked... What was it? I think it was after asking what your purpose was in life.
Yeah, why I was here and me not really knowing why. I just feeling like I was here for a purpose. Demon voices guided me here.
So are you sure about that? Are you here because the demon wants you here, or are you here because you're desperate, looking for a way out?
As he's saying that, and I had just clenched the Mark of Sarkava. I guess you could say I want to break free. And I do miss, would my parents have taught me of Rosentia since we were living over there, or...?
Most likely not. You probably would have been taught about Reyna. You probably would have been given a general rundown of the Pantheon, but it would be most focused on Reyna. And you probably would have seen, like, their elite, heavily armored Minotaurs just kind of launch themselves hundreds of feet. Just to show off their strength to the public.
I'm trying to look back through my notes. I don't think I have Reyna's name written down.
In general chat, if you check the pins, I have all the gods marked there, plus a bunch of the additional things that they represent. Most of the time when I say their name, I also add their most famous title or their most noteworthy title, like Sarkava, the God of Fate. But yeah, Reyna is part of the exiled pantheon. She is the goddess of earth, crystals, magnetism, endurance, strength, power, and mana. She's number 14 on that pinned list.
I don't get it up to 10. Yeah, I only made it up to 10. Oh, my bad. I thought I'd written them all down.
There's currently 19 in total of the current current known gods, not including any ascendants that might already be skulking around the land. But anyway, do you need any time to write stuff down, or are you good to continue the conversation?
Just needed to write down on magnetism, endurance, strength, power, and mana. Oh man, then that mana crystal would have probably been good to maybe bargain up with the Minotaur later in the future. Alright, well,
Getting a little quieter.
brain fart right now. So we were talking about reason why I was here and the battle resent. Okay, well. Is there any weaknesses towards that magnetic power that we might be facing here in the near future? I asked the Plague Doctor as he continues looking through poisonous mushrooms.
Why? Are you intending to fight Reyna and her armies personally?
Not really wanting to fight against them, but gotta always try to mess up every person you see.
Always trying to intimidate. I mean, depends. If you're faithful to any singular gods, you already know that the gods of water sunk the entire lands. Can't really do much if there isn't any ground beneath your feet to propel yourself from. Though I suppose other than that, you might be able to call upon the purifying light of Lumen. His arrows of purification have been known to dispel and purify things, dispelling beneficial magic, dispelling detrimental magic, even dispelling curses.
Alright.
And the god of air might be able to help you as well. Not only to stay out of their reach, but, well, erosion in this world, erosion tends to be quite effective at wearing down continents. You can just look down at the bottom half of the map. Those marks were made by Gale. Winds can be powerful enough to shear stone. But of course, all of this requires you to specialize. And you don't intend to get close with all of the gods now, do you? Getting close to the one who destroyed your homeland, getting close to a god that doesn't even exist here? Or perhaps you'd like to be a fanatic. Someone completely dedicated to eradicating all demons, while a demon still lurks inside you. Perhaps they won't accept you. Perhaps they'd sooner exterminate you than risk you becoming an actual demon.
You're right on all those. Now that I got an idea, maybe I won't have to be the one that gives my life towards another god. But
What?
I would like to spend my old Patreon, the banished one, once again. Plague Doctor knows
Yeah.
knows about Rosette, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's the resident demon hunter, basically.
More of her, yeah.
What do you think?
Well,
You didn't answer one of his questions earlier, so he will repeat one of them. So what do you think of the gods?
I'm going to have to get off. Are we about done anyway?
I mean, all of this is personal stuff with Ash, so...
Yep. I need to bug off. My wife needs me for a while.
Okay.
I
sounds
have
good.
a similar thing going on, so.
Yeah, I'll see
passing
you all
out.
next
See you
week.
guys.
See you guys
Alright.
next week.
no problem.
Yep.
Have a good night, guys.
See you next week. Take care.
Poof.
Alright, Ash.
I think that some gods are
Um,
slightly cool, but I don't know. They seem to have a reason for us to be here. If we're just pawns to... We try to defy our fate at times, and I do question every decision they've made. I want to know, and I want to understand why my land was destroyed. Seems like I can't get answers to the places that I keep turning to.
Well,
I might just have to talk to the Minotaur.
perhaps that Minotaur doesn't know. If you want my 2 cents, I believe it would have been the most efficient to take down a city-state such as Mermosa through environmental warfare or attrition of those means. You've seen the Mermosan soldier yourself, a gigantic, heavily armored minotaur that can be launched at high speeds. One that has weapons all over his suit. And likely those weapons aren't for show. Right? Most people would sooner want to... Well, I can tell you that most soldiers would not want to face a threat like that in the battlefield. It's not the most honorable method of fighting, but it's the most efficient way of fighting. To simply decimate their military through environmental warfare.
I guess it's understandable. I know my land hasn't been the only land that's been destroyed by natural forces.
You can think about it the same way as Zucani. Zucani up north, when they refused to surrender to Zygon and join the war on his side, he simply burnt it to the ground. No big epic climactic battle, just devastation. Some of these gods, they don't care about the number of people. You're all just a statistic to them. It's not a question about people, it's a question about efficiency.
They make me feel like we're just playthings at times. I
Some
feel
of
like
them.
we can't trust them.
What about the one who's made his mark on your heart? Can you trust Sir Kava?
I want to say yes, but I feel like I can't follow anyone blindly.
From what I hear,
I'm sick. trust in the Plague Doctor.
Yeah. Yeah, he says, from what I hear, the god of fate loves putting his faith in people blindly. It's one of his most troublesome habits from what I hear. Letting fate happen as it may, because he believes that people will do the right thing at the end. And if they don't, karma will come back to bite them in the butt sometime. So issues resolve themselves. But he didn't give you that mark out of pure chance. He gave it to you willingly. So perhaps there is some good in the world, and perhaps some gods do care about you. Every god has their own philosophy on how to live life, and their own beliefs on the value of life. Zennova genuinely cares about her subjects. At least that's as the story goes. She's willing to sacrifice anything to protect people. Dredge, the god I follow, believes that anything that doesn't kill you will make you stronger. To be honest, I didn't know what to do with myself when Mimosa sunk. Like you, I drifted around the world until settling here in Vir. I suppose you could say I have a mutually beneficial relationship with the House of Right. The gods,
So
at
with
least
him
one of
saying
them.
that, I'm very intrigued.
One god took away
Kinda.
my homeland, and through another god I found a new purpose. At least, I found the philosophy or the resolve to make their deaths mean something. What about you?
Went from Mimosa as well.
Yes, you could say that. Though, I'm not sure if I had as colorful of a time as you did. Even from a young age, I was special. The sinking of Mimosa came suddenly and unexpectedly. I meant it when I said that you were my kinsman. Not just as a lizard folk, but as a Mimosan.
With that being said, I definitely feel like I'm gonna be putting more trust into a fellow survivor of this tragedy. Are we still outside in the forest picking herbs?
Yeah. You're basically in the forest, like you've been wandering. He didn't ask you to start picking up herbs, so if you're picking up herbs, you're just doing it of your own volition.
Yeah, since I don't know what all he needs, I'm honestly just picking stuff up. Then I guess I might find it if I know what I'm looking at and what's around me.
Okay. You vaguely do, you vaguely don't. You just kind of follow his lead, pick out plants that seem similar to the ones he's picking up. He asks you, so, now that you're here, and now that you're coherent and not drinking your problems away, what are you going to do now? Mimosa's not coming back no matter how much you want it to come back. And although it's not and although I'm not going to push my philosophy on you, Dredge does believe that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. It's up to you what you want to do with your life now, because your life is your own. What do you want out of life?
I just don't want to see any more destruction out of innocent people's land. I want to see balance restored to nature. But wonder if that's even possible.
You want to do what Zennova does. You want to protect everyone. Nature is war. Nature is survival of the fittest. Gods can't get along, so they go to war with each other. And that is a fact of life, and a fundamental law of nature. Zennova loves everyone, but even she can't stop all the wars. I'd say if you want to aim for such an ideal, you should start with a shorter and more manageable goal. The big goal is to protect the world. How exactly are you going to do that with your paltry power? Why don't we start small? Do you have anyone right now who is worth protecting?
I think back of the group that I've recently met and the previous party that I've been
Can you
with,
get close to the mic?
and yeah.
You're
Now you're
very quiet.
Oh, I'm like right next to it. Like my lips are literally right on top.
Wow. Okay, it's really bad. I can barely hear you, but go on. You're still audible.
Alright. I think back on my party and people that I've met throughout my journey. And I definitely think of keeping this innocent in some way.
It's now worse. I didn't catch that last part. I wish you could just speak through James's mic, but for some reason you're still background noise. Nope. I think that was better.
Alright, how about now?
Yeah, it's a little bit better. At least it's audible. Yeah.
Alright, I just think back to the group of my party and, because I think we be getting along with everybody, I want to protect them, and I think back of my old group as well.
And how about...
Personal.
I didn't hear that.
I don't think of anything personal like the music.
I still didn't quite catch that.
The party that he's with.
Check the party that he's with. Okay. I see. Do you think you have the strength to protect all of them?
I know I don't have the strength, but I know I wouldn't leave them behind.
And that's
Unless they're
all...
dead.
And that's all you promise, hmm? Some words, some ideals, some good feelings. And he stops picking the mushrooms. He straightens up. He turns around to you. He says, I'm sure you've seen much in your life. I've seen quite a bit as well. People who want to manipulate you, betray you. Almost like whatever it is that's in your head. You never know if the people in your party, if they can truly be trusted. That might be the pessimist in me talking. But to me, I believe that there's only one person who will never, ever betray you. And that's you. For the next few days, if you want to protect anyone and protect the people you love, or protect the people that you care about, you need to be able to protect yourself. So starting today, I'm going to teach you, Champion Ash, how to be independent and self-sufficient. I hope you're ready, because I'm going to work you to the bone.
Well, no journey is easy. I'm down for the task.
Okay. And at this point, you're basically going to be receiving all of the... Oh wait, I haven't posted everything to you. Right. Here, I will post this in private. Get out of here, Jonathan. And I might as well give you the botany guide. I'm going to have to rewrite it though. I was a bit busy on a whole bunch of other things. But here is your botany guide. It's currently organized by city-states. It's not exactly in alphabetical order right now, I think. But I'm going to reorganize it into effects that each of the plants give rather than city-states that you'll find them at.
Alright.
And I still need to add in rubber somewhere. Rubber somewhere. I'm just gonna slap that to the end. Unorganized. Rubber adhesive. Adhesive, rubber, I forget what the other ones were. I think we already have an aphrodisiac. I think it's a stimulant like Viagra or something like that. Though admittedly that probably is more so for something else. And I think we do have an amplifier, but I'm just going to... Amplifier, aphrodisiac, regeneration. I need to just add those things. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, you have the botanical guide. Of various plants. Some of them with elemental powers, some of them poisonous, some of them just like simple foods. Some of them depressants, some of them stimulants, some of them with unique effects like being able, like anti-magic effects, as well as other ones like rubber from a rubber tree adhesive, so like sticky bombs and stuff like that. Things to improve effects of spells, things to weaken the effects of spells, regeneration, duplication, like being able to insta-grow something, being able to create something, a lot of things. But it is quite a pretty penny in gold cost. At least for things that are not local. Yep, and you also have various other drugs like painkillers and stuff like that, as well as peppers and things like that.
Alright, heck yeah, I'm gonna definitely have some fun with some of this stuff.
Yep, and perhaps it will be
I was
applied
watching
soon.
Monster Hunter. Yeah, I was watching Monster Hunter movie, and like I was seeing one of the chicks that I guess does like botany stuff, gathers mushrooms and spores and all this other stuff to make certain spells or weapons. Like, I'm gonna have to start exploring what all I can fully do with my plants besides just you know, stimulants or like or paralysis or poisons. I feel like there's more benefits to it than just that.
Yep. You can... I probably need to make an expanded handout that goes into a little bit more detail, that highlights key phrases. For example, the final ones, like plants that grow fast, they can easily be used for creation or duplication stuff. If you want to turn an effect into an AoE, you could probably use something like the smoke or anything that gives a lot of air, in a sense. Sticky bomb, a fire bomb, stuff like that. But this should hopefully get you thinking on some of the things.
Alright.
If you're interested, I hear that there's a golden cock hunt.
That's still going on?
Indeed. Perhaps it would be a good opportunity to put your skills to the test. Don't worry about using too many expensive ingredients. And he hands you a little bag. He says, I expected back after participating in the tournament. You will participate, right? No, actually, you know what? I'm not going to wait for your response. It's part of your training now. You have no choice. I hope you don't disappoint me. Look through the botany guide carefully. You're likely going to need to craft potions on the spot. There are going to be some very powerful people. Some very powerful people there in that cock hunt. So be ready for anything. And basically, you have everything in that list. Everything in that list, including the unorganized ones I need to add in later, like the rubber tree, the adhesive, the amplifier, duplication, regeneration, growth, creation, stuff like that.
The botanist guy, is that supposed to be on my roll one?
Yeah, it's on your roll 20. I'll show it to players again. It should have popped out. Refresh, well, yeah, it's on roll 20. I will move it down into the player into your player area.
Oh.
It's right above your character now. I've moved it into the player section.
Yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, how long do I have to try and, like, I guess, get some of these? No, you said
For right now,
they're
for right. So for right now, the Plague Doctor is literally handing you a bag and saying, "Go wild during the tournament." You basically have access to every single plant that's on the list, including the unorganized section that's eventually going to be added into the list.
Alright.
And don't count out all the culinary stuff, because those could be useful. Shall I let you review that over yourself? Because I will have to ask you, Zorg, do you have time to finish up your section, or do you want to do that next session?
How long do you think it'll take?
Actually, to be honest, I am wondering if Pyre might be interested. He wants to keep an... You know that he wants to keep an eye out for Johnny Gust. So are you going to go out of your way to introduce Johnny Gust to Pyre, or mention like, I'm gonna go meet Johnny Gust, or if he goes to meet you, if you're going to introduce him at all? If you are, then he might be interested in, like, getting to know who this Johnny Gust fellow is.
Why? What incentive does does Pyre have a need to talk to Johnny, or?
No, it's pretty much when he spoke with Nathaniel Veer, he asked, like, who should I know? And he said, the heads of the houses and some guy named Johnny Gust. So you know that he's probably in Pyre's radar, someone to get to know.
Okay, so I will probably introduce Pyre to Johnny Gust as well.
Okay. Alright, then we will save it for next time. We will do your event, and then we'll move on to the Golden Cock Hunt.
The Golden Cock Hunt.
Don't forget that you can speak with animals if you want to try to speak with that golden cock.
Ooh, the Golden Cock's got the information I need.
Zorg can
but-
speak to animals now?
Yeah, I've been able to speak to animals, dude. I was
He's
gonna
their
speak with the
totem.
ants, but I didn't get the chance. Everybody was kind of like trying to convince me to just start swinging, and Zorg would just start swinging.
I was wanting to go a peaceful way with the ants, because I knew if we definitely got into fight.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, because I was thinking about communicating with the ant that had the shard, and slowing him down or talking to him, or any ant that we have encountered. Nah, bro, we ran up on the ants and everybody was like, start swinging. So that's what Zorg did. Zorg raged and he started swinging.
We could have rode the ants for wherever we needed to. We had pet ants.
We got the war ants coming into town. We bring the whole colony. Nah,
Yep.
those ants are dangerous.
Indeed they are. Indeed they are. They have quite the fearsome reputation.
Everybody left super quick today.
Well, I mean, it was about 15 minutes over session or something like that.
I know, but Secret usually stays a little bit over and Pyre usually does too.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Though
it
we
was
are-
nice seeing Zaliel, even though he didn't speak a lot except for when it was his personal.
Yep.
Ishmael keeps falling asleep, dude. You gotta talk to him, man. I keep telling him he can take a nap, and I wake him up when his name's called or when I think something's gonna happen. But
Gosh darn it. That means that
Ishmael-
if you visit over here, I'm actually going to need to clean stuff up. You can't
Gotta
sleep
make
on
sure
a
Ish-
bed of plates.
Ishmael will, bro. Ishmael will. He's been sleeping in that chair that I got him, bro. That chair is garbage. It's got no cushion.
I sit.
Oh my gosh.
We need to get Ishmael energy drinks or something. You tired all the
Sure.
time?
Today was like at home all day.
Oh god. How's the truck been doing? Is it running good?
You know, I'm an idiot because I just realized I didn't reactivate the vision, so vision on the recording for what was happening, but nothing important was happening. It wasn't combat, so it was all theater of the mind. Here's the rolls, here's all the proof, I guess.
There's a bunch of ant stuff in the chat. In the
Oh, yeah.
research notes, you're researching ants.
Yeah, it was the entire section for the base of the army ants, yes.
Or I just found you some cocaine.
Bro, I'm gonna have to kill that big ass Minotaur and steal his armor. Steal his
You can try.
stuff.
You can certainly try.